burn
No,
you.
I've been to the dermatologist. I don't like going. I've said this before because they always cut something off.
Right.
But they never tell me to put on sunblock under the shirt you're wearing.
Yeah.
Interesting. Poll questions brought to you by Cowan Equipment. We'll update all three of these before we get out of here with our final thought today. Tell us about Cowan, LT, and I'll update you on the polls.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Jackson Dart at Ole Miss leads which former USC quarterback has more wins this year. He's got 48% of the vote now. Also, will you go to see one USFL game this weekend? Remember, Saturday night for Birmingham and Jersey, then a triple header on Sunday with games starting at 11, 3 o'clock, and 7 o'clock, all at Protective Stadium and Legion Field this weekend. Right now, 68% are saying no, 17.9% yes, 13% already got my tickets.
Oh, good.
So a big
That's
crowd
encouraging. Yeah.
heading down
I
there.
think it's going to be a big walk-up.
Yeah, I hope so. Obviously, Sunday being on Easter, a lot of people have Easter plans, but the Saturday night game, I think the weather's going to be really good, if I remember.
I don't think the Birmingham game will be good. The other games, not as crowded, but then when you cycle back around and it's not on Easter Sunday, I think the crowds look different. Last one, pancake or waffle, if you have to choose.
Waffle.
Which one is it?
Waffle.
Waffle, 100% of the time.
Waffle for me. Rockstar?
It'd be waffle, but I love pancakes, but pancakes are when you regret 30 minutes later.
Yeah, right.
Pancakes
Yeah,
out.
why did I
Waffle,
do
you're
that?
just going to eat the one waffle,
Yeah.
and you might be a little
But
guilty about it.
explain to me why my wife can take the pancake mix and make waffles out of it, and I'm fine with it. But if it's pancakes, I don't like it. It's the same
Texture.
mix,
It's texture.
Texture.
but it's the
Yeah.
same mix.
Texture.
I don't know.
I don't think you're doing it right. I take beignet mix and make waffles. I don't take pancake mix and make waffles.
I'm just saying my wife does, though, and I like it.
No, but if you put pancake mix in a waffle iron, it's going to be a waffle.
It's a waffle, yeah.
Where's our good place down in New Orleans with the beignets?
Cafe Du Monde.
Yeah, I take their beignet mix and make waffles out of that.
Do
Last
you
time you
really?
did that.
Last time we did waffles at my house
Oh, you're also bringing that
right
honey
on.
tomorrow, right?
was last summer when Harper was home from school. Last time I did that was the last time I had Cafe Du Monde mix in my house or whatever it is. What is it?
Du Monde.
Yeah, that's
Don't pronounce
that
the
one.
D. Say it very frank. Du Monde.
Montana Faust is wrong. It's Fouts.
Fouts.
God, I'm
Stan
such a big
Fouts.
fan of hers, and I screwed up her name today.
You were so nervous.
All right,
It was
I
like
was.
Chris Farley on that Saturday Night Live skit.
You remember when you threw
You
that
remember
ball?
that time?
I did ask her one of those questions too.
Yeah.
Remember that time?
That was
you-
awesome.
You had the egg that woke you
I
up.
was sitting behind you. Did you hear me? I was going, go Montana Faust. Go Montana Faust.
Looking back, it was
Yeah,
the
it
worst
was more
interview I
awkward.
did.
It's more awkward than we gave it credit
Yeah,
for. He's
I
right.
was very awkward the whole time. All right, that's the show. We're back with you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. The replay starts here immediately. You can always go watch us on YouTube. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
My favorite part of my online life is that
you have a different life online?
It is at 9 a.m.
Is this at OnlyFans?
9 a.m. is when 9 a.m. Central, when the show starts,
right? Is
when I get those updates that I've set on my calendar that I forget I've set.
Thursday show?
Like,
he sets them for 9 a.m. too. That's what's crazy. Yeah.
Well, I mean, at 9 a.m.
Right. Well, what do we got tomorrow?
Tomorrow, happy birthday to Marty Smith. Tomorrow is Marty Smith's birthday.
All right.
I just got the alert on that.
Marty Smith's will be birthday. The first to text him in the morning.
Oh, I'll text him in this show. Hey, we're about 24 hours out. Happy birthday, bro.
What would be funny is if we get the Farmfolio chat room to start sending him happy birthday tweets. Yeah. And he'll just wonder, why am I getting all these happy birthday tweets the day before my birthday?
Let's do that. We'll do let's do an old 1990s radio bit here.
Yeah.
Everybody flood Marty Smith on Twitter and wish him a happy birthday. The joke is it's a day early. And hit at Next Round Live on there.
That'll be the second best thing I've seen on Twitter in the last 24 hours. The best was Clay Travis asking for plane suggestions.
Yeah, he wants to buy a plane now.
What do you say? He's not insanely rich?
I'm rich. I'm not insanely rich.
But I'm sitting there thinking, how many people on his timeline know anything about planes?
You know what the best response was? I love snark because we all use snark, right?
Yes.
Somebody's like, Clay, you could literally be in a room. No, you could be in a room where people could literally buy you and sell you. And Clay responds, hey, bud, slavery's illegal now.
I love that Clay reads them, though.
He does. He reads them. All right, let's start with a little baseball here just because of the uniqueness of what happened last night with your team, the LA Dodgers. And everyone is up in arms about this. And I have not talked to you guys about it. I want your thoughts on it. But Clayton Kershaw last night is pitching a perfect game on the road in Minnesota. So through 7 innings, he's six outs away from becoming the 24th person in history to pitch a Major League Baseball perfect game. The last Dodger to do it, I think I'm right about this, is Sandy Koufax. That takes you back to your granddad's days. Sandy Koufax, the last Dodger to pitch a perfect game. It was Randy Scott on ESPN SportsCenter who points out there have been 23 perfect games in Major League Baseball. There have been 12 people that have walked on the moon. That's what a unique class you're talking about. So he's got a perfect game.
I'd rather throw a perfect game by
walk on the moon.
Yeah,
Come on, Lance. How often do you get to go to the moon?
I really would.
Yeah, I'd be less scared throwing the perfect game.
You're going to make more money throwing a perfect game.
Hey, guess what? They can get you off the mound after the perfect game. You don't always get to come home.
You don't have to Apollo 13 it back to the...
Guys want to go, hey, Jim, keep walking for me. We got to figure something out.
I got to pee.
Hey, don't run. Save that oxygen. So Clayton Kershaw, perfect game through 7. You see the graphic there. No hits, no earned runs, no walks, 13 strikeouts. That was vintage Kershaw. But... they go analytics, 80 pitches. They didn't want him to go deeper than that, 80 pitches. They pull him, Dave Roberts, who has that unique record now. The last time someone got pulled with a perfect game going this late into a game was Rich Hill back in 2016 with Dave Roberts as a coach.
Look, Buehler got pulled in May of 2018, had a no-hitter going. Ross Stripling did back in 2016. So this is the 4th guy he's pulled that had a no-hitter going.
So your thoughts? Does it bother you?
Well, it would bother me if Clayton Kershaw said, look, I want to continue to push until I make a mistake. And personally, I think Kershaw, I know he said there's bigger, better things that we're all trying to achieve as a team. Look, they consulted Kershaw, and Kershaw said, I want to go with the pitch count. I want to go 85. I want to go one more inning. If it was Roberts' sole decision, I would have a major problem with this. But Kershaw, he's an old 34. Again, as a Dodger fan, as a baseball fan, I would have liked to have at least, hey, I'm going to stay in until I make one mistake, and then you can pull me.
Let's listen to Clayton Kershaw's reaction, and then I'll let Brown chime in as well here, and then I've got a point to make. But Clayton Kershaw, who has been injury-riddled and hasn't always been his best in October, pitching in April, a chance for a perfect game. Here's what he told Spectrum Sports Net, the Dodgers broadcast, right after the game.
You had 80 pitches. I know a lot of the fans wanted to see you finish the game. What was the conversation with Dave Roberts and the ultimate decision to come out?
Yeah, it's hard. I feel bad for Barnesy. Barnesy did such a great job, and it's fun to get to catch one of those. And so I wanted to do it with Barnesy. It'd be special. But at the end of the day, those are individual things. Those are selfish goals, and we're trying to win. And that's really all we're here for.
There was no part of you that wanted to fight to stay in or anything?
I just said, I would have loved to have stayed, but bigger things, man, bigger things.
Yeah. Now my point on this is that if this was later in the year and you had like a division championship, an NLCS on the line, this is a no-brainer. The guy pitches until his arm falls off, unless you're playing for Tampa Bay and they pull Blake Snell out of a World Series game. Which we argued about for days. But this is a guy you want pitching in October, right? You're concerned about his health. We had a shortened spring training. They're still ramping up their arms.
Yeah, I think that if you had a money line whether or not Kershaw misses starts this year, it would be a major favorite that he does miss starts. He missed 2 months with inflammation last year. Yep. And I don't know the last complete season Clayton Kershaw has had. Again, he's an old 34, so look, again, I kind of get this. I hate the fact that it was a perfect game because I know Brown discounts the no-hitters, but you don't discount the perfect game.
No, perfect. Again, fewer people have walked on the moon, right?
Yeah.
Or more people have walked on the moon. More people have walked on the moon.
But it's very close, 23 to 12.
It's almost a tie. Well, would have been yesterday. So I heard somebody say, look, this is a slight to the fans. The fans come to see something like this. Now, you're on the road, so I don't know if the visiting team's throwing a perfect game, even if you're the fan of the Dodgers, Lance, if a Twins pitcher was and you're at a game in LA, you'd kind of want to see it.
I want to see it, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to see history.
I would imagine the
Now,
Twins
the good news
fans,
is at Target Field, there was only 17,000 there. And I watched some of the game on Tuesday night, and I was like, my gosh, there is nobody in this crowd.
How cold do you imagine it was? It was in the 30s, wasn't it?
35 when the game, when he got pulled, 35 degrees.
So
they woke up to 28-degree weather today in Minnesota.
And I saw somebody say, look, this is the fans. This is what they pay to see. You shouldn't pull. But you know what the fans also pay to see is Kershaw pitch in August, in September. Yeah. And this is a guy that's got an injury history. We're not talking about some young guy straight out of AAA that is a great prospect. This is a guy that's at the tail end of his career.
Madison Bumgarner is who I kept seeing on, not him himself, but everyone was like, you wouldn't have pulled Madison Bumgarner off the hill. He pitched 100 innings in a World Series one time or something like that. 5 relief appearances to win a championship. They weren't playing for a trophy last night. It was a single game in a 162 slate.
And they still won. I mean, look, it was about the win. Again, selfishly, I think we all wanted to see if he would have been able to close that thing out. I personally don't think he would.
Yeah, chances are he wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, look, they got a knock in the top of the bottom of the 8th. So I mean, right when he went out, they got their first hit.
Yeah. So it was baseball last night. Kershaw, 7 great innings, a positive sign if he can stay healthy and like that.
And by the way, he's got a no-hitter.
Right, he's done that before. Yeah. Perfect games are different, though.
Yeah, I do think it would have been
different. It even
different.
impresses Brown.
It does, yes.
The reason I do bring that up, I do think with Kershaw, he's done everything now that he's won a championship and he's won multiple Cy Youngs. If he didn't have that previous no-hitter, I think he probably would have stayed in.
I do love his attitude about it, though. I mean, I thought his attitude was spot on. Team first. It's not about me. And even as it pertains to the actual perfect game, he was more concerned about the catcher. I hate it for Barnesy.
It's his one shot.
Yeah, it's his one shot to catch a perfect game, and it means as much to them as it does the pitcher. I mean, I love that attitude. I really do. And Kershaw, from all accounts, is he's a solid human being, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so I don't think it should surprise us that he handles this the right way and doesn't roll his guy under, Dave Roberts under the bus.
I'm just taking a guess, but Austin Barnes to be able to catch a perfect game, I think I remember the catcher that caught Randy Johnson's perfect game.
Hold on.
Might be off. You're never going to get this because I'm not even sure I've got it.
David Berryhill.
No, wait a second.
It was with the Diamondbacks.
It was the Diamondbacks.
What, did Damon Berryhill not play for the Diamondbacks?
I'll give you $100 right now if you can get this right.
Come on, Jim.
Do I lose anything?
No.
Wipe 2 stakes. So we wipe 2 stakes.
Random catcher.
I don't think I can get it. I think I've got it, but I'm not sure.
I am going to go. This would have been late 90s, early 2000s, right? I'm going to say it was a one-time catcher for
Good Lord, Dunaway.
Well, I'm trying to make
Well,
it.
just say
I got
that.
$100 in the line. It'll pay for this hat.
It was a Diamondback. I told you it was a Diamondback.
That hat
I know,
cost
but
$100.
they built that team, so they had to bring somebody in.
How much
You're
did that
never
hat
gonna get
cost?
this.
They had to bring somebody
hat?
in. I'm going to say it
This is
was.
a $40 hat, by the way.
I'm going to say it was.
He won't say.
Dalton.
I think it was a guy
Darren
named
Dalton?
Yes.
No, I think it was a guy named Robbie Hammock. Let's
Robbie
check it.
Hammock.
How random is that?
How much did you pay for that hat?
Robbie swinging in a hammock.
4 times. It's been 4 times. He's asked.
Robbie Banana Hammock.
$22.
That's a good deal. That's
Yeah,
a good looking hat.
$22. Can
I
I-
like that hat. Me and Lance both complimented it. Rarely does Dunaway get a compliment.
Well, my
For both of us.
You know, my wife's a pastor, but it doesn't mean she's not a smartass sometimes. So here we go. Last night, you ready?
Ready. Let's
Get
do
ready,
it.
get ready to tell me about NASCAR. So I put the hat on last night, and she goes, that's an interesting hat. I said, I said, 80s,
Not your best.
80s throwback. I mean, I love the 80s style,
Yeah.
80s throwback. And she's like, didn't your franchise start in the mid 90s?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it did. Thank you. I like the hat anyway.
80s throwback. I credit Maggie for remembering when the Rays started and catching, because I would not have caught that. If you just said 80s throwback, I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. So, yes, 10 years before my franchise was founded, this is what the Vans hat would
It's
have
a
looked
good
like.
looking hat, though, man. I'm telling you, it's a good looking hat.
Yeah.
So real quick, Robbie Hammock is a quality control and catching coach for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Playing career on May 18, 2004, he caught Randy Johnson's perfect
I
game.
mean,
In Atlanta, right?
Yeah.
the most remarkable piece of sports recall Lance has ever had.
Robbie Hammock's pretty good.
The most remarkable piece of sports recall Lance has ever had was the day Dunaway just randomly said, I mean, you know, nobody knows who played tight end for Fresno in 2008. And Lance said, Bear Pasco.
Yeah. I was like,
I was
okay.
like, holy crap, we looked it up. He was right.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah. That one was pretty close, man. That was Robbie Hammock.
NASCAR is coming to Talladega. Brown's about to tell you about that. We're going to qualify another person for a chance to have tickets all weekend over at the Talladega Super Speedway a little bit later on today. Maybe we throw everyone who's wishing Marty Smith a birthday into the drawing here. Susan, hey, Marty party, happy birthday. Marty, another Marty says, happy birthday tomorrow, Marty Smith from the Next Round Live.
Don't say tomorrow. We're going to play along.
Mason, happy birthday, Marty Party. Hookamania, a very happy birthday to my favorite sports journalist, Marty, Lance Taylor's neighbor. Happy birthday, Marty Smith.
Yeah, we keep it going the whole show, and then by the end of the show, we'll draw. We'll get the later crowd in on it too.
So keep wishing Marty Smith a birthday today. Your morning zoo joke is his birthday's not till tomorrow. Tell us about NASCAR.
877-GO-2-DEGA is the number to call to get tickets. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. And you can be part of that immersive garage experience at Talladega as well. It is unlike anything else in NASCAR. You need to see it for yourself at Big Bill's. It is coming up Sunday, the Geico 500 at Talladega Superspeedway. Sunday, April 24th is the green flag. It is a green flag at 2 o'clock. You want to be there. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com, 877-GO-2-DEGA, Sunday, April 24th, Talladega Superspeedway.
Nick says, I bet the quarter zip cost more than the hat. It did not. This was what you'd like to call free to the media.
That's the old Cotton Bowl quarter zip.
I've never
there.
even seen that one. When was that?
That was
Cotton
this
Bowl
year.
This year.
Okay.
Yeah.
I keep it up here when I get a little cold. I made a mistake before we get into other sports. Back in, I'm going to say January, about when we got back from Indianapolis. Have you guys ever shaved your legs? Trimmed?
You know, Jim,
No,
I have
actually,
not.
I've not.
No,
Nobody
I have
ever?
The closest, hang on, I've got to hear the rest of this, and I want to talk over everything. The closest I've come is I shaved the top of my feet because my socks bother the hair. So I keep the top of my feet shaved.
I'll trim. I'll touch up the top of the feet just because you don't want the Bilbo Baggins hobbit feet.
Yeah, I don't mean to indicate that I got a lot of hair on my feet, Lance, but what I do have, for some reason, socks irritates it, so I have to keep it shaved down.
Yeah, but never shave the leg.
But I would love to hear the rest of this, guy.
I have done the shave the toes one day going to Lance's because he made a joke about how hairy my hobbit feet
Shave
were
the
one
eyebrows,
time.
too.
Right.
No,
And
but
that was
when
an
he
accident.
shaved the toes, he cut them. Did
Yeah,
you guys remember that?
Because I was rushing, cut them with a razor, cut both of them. Came over with Band-Aids on.
Dave says Jimmy Awkward, 9:14 a.m. That's not even out of the first
Every
segment.
show, every show.
You should have asked Saban this question.
Yeah, say this for Saban. Tell the story.
Nick Saban at 12 noon today.
That is correct.
So we get back from the national championship.
Okay.
And, it had been cold up there and everything. So I'm just, bored at the house one day.
Taking a bath and just got my leg raised.
And I'm sitting around and I'm like,
can you imagine that away with his leg?
how hairy my legs are. I mean, they're really thick, hairy legs.
Okay.
And I was like, I didn't shave them, but I just took the old body groomer and just took the top off of them.
So did you put
trimmed them down?
Oh, so you put a guard on?
Yeah, I had a guard.
Where'd you go with a 2 or a 3?
Trimmed it down, whichever one I used all over my body. So I just trimmed my.
You wash it?
Don't stop it.
Here's the problem.
What?
It hasn't grown back.
Pull your leg. Pull
No,
your pants
I'm
leg
not
up.
showing you
No,
my
I
leg.
will say, the older you get, the less leg hair you have.
Yeah. Interesting.
So I had a very thick forest on my legs, and I trimmed it down, and it's chicken legs. It's bare legs. My legs looked bigger and more toned with hairier legs. Brandon, get up above the
I'm
table.
gonna say I don't
Bigger
think
and more toned.
Yeah, with hair on them.
I don't think it looks as bad as you think it does. And I can't believe I'm saying that, but I think your legs look better than you think they look.
The manscaping is half. I feel like I have half the leg now.
Pull them up and let Lance see them.
I'm not doing it.
Is that why you wore pants to play golf the other day?
No,
Because it was warm.
I wore pants to play golf the other day because we were playing at a nice club.
Well, they allow
And
shorts.
I know they do, but my legs have not seen the sunlight. You know, I haven't been out yet. They're like this, the desk, which is why I'm not going to show them now.
Chicken meat.
Chicken meat.
Lance, they don't look as bad as you think they do. It's weird that you just were so bored you shaved your legs. I mean,
I don't like sitting at home.
Being at home.
I don't like sitting at home.
Yeah, when he's at home, he's got to do something.
He's shaving his legs.
I'm always
toes.
I'm always walking around until it's time to do show notes, and I settle down and do show notes.
Trying on tomorrow's outfit tonight.
I mean, Maggie, what do you think of this hat? We are the exact opposite because you guys know, both of you know, because you've tried to do it. Once I get home, getting me back out of the house is really hard to do. You guys
Yeah,
would agree
no,
with that?
I've gotten to that point too. You know what's funny is this is the guy the other day. I'm not sure about playing golf, and he's already playing again today.
He's played twice this week. But getting me back out of the house is almost impossible once I get there. I mean, it's got to be something really enticing to get me back out. You're the exact opposite. Boy, you don't want to get to that house.
I do not. But, you know, my kids aren't there anymore. Maggie's working all the time. So just at the house. What am I going to watch? Baseball?
I mean, if Dunaway was a king back in the BC days, they would have never raided the castle. They don't know if he's there.
Carrying him around everywhere.
Yeah, I know. I mean, like, we raided the castle. Did you get the king? No, not there.
King
Dad.
shaved legs.
Yeah.
Charles, one of our great longtime female listeners, this conversation is deeply distressing.
Oh, she's listened to the show for a long time. I'm surprised she's surprised.
Manscaping, man. This is 2022.
No, there's manscaping, and then there's next level shaving your legs.
That is womanscaping.
Hey, you don't know if I'm not going to swim a channel today
if
or
cyclist,
bike somewhere.
Yeah, or a swimmer. We could get it.
I may be going for my PR today in the pool to somewhere, inside pool. All right. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. I bet you C-Stu has shaved his legs.
I bet you
I
had.
bet you is not.
Yeah.
Hey, Gutter Cap will protect that home, that big investment.
Yeah, it's patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping out the debris. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. Almost a 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. Cap it, don't snap it. Right now, 45% off the retail price. Call my good friend Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212. That's 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
So here's what's coming up on the show today. Matt Wyatt joins us from the great state of Mississippi. He'll be with us at 10 o'clock today. We'll talk to a variety of things with Matt. But of course, Mississippi State is one of those teams with their spring game happening this weekend. Tonight, we get the Florida Gators spring game. More on that a little bit later in the show. 12 noon today. Alabama head coach Nick Saban joins the show, and he'll join us on a video connection, so you'll be able to see the coach with us today. And we'll talk about Alabama's spring game and a lot of stuff going on. Nick Saban making some national news last night as he, in a very different tone, had comments about name, image, and likeness and the sustainability of that in college athletics. So 12 noon for Nick Saban coming up. Last night in the NBA play-in games, you had the Hawks who dominated Charlotte 132-103. Trae Young with a big game. And it was the Pelicans beating the Spurs 113-103. As LT said, he made that pick with his lock here on the air. In that game, and a lot of you were commenting about this on Twitter last night, Alabama's Herb Jones, the rookie, 12 points, 5 rebounds, and an unbelievable job playing defense.
Look, I mean, he's been a fixture in that lineup for the majority of the season, and they love the fact that he plays like a veteran right now, and he's a lockdown defender.
Yeah, lockdown defender.
What I'm about to say sounds crazy. Having seen him in the NBA, maybe it doesn't sound crazy. I don't know. You guys tell me. Having seen him in the NBA now, I genuinely believe Alabama would have challenged the Final Four with him back in Tuscaloosa.
And you factor in Primo, who was on the other team last night.
And that would help, but I'm just saying that's how good Herb Jones is. And you don't normally say that about a defender. You normally say that about a great offensive player.
And they missed leadership like Herb.
Well, that's right. That's what I'm saying. I think they would have challenged the Final Four with Herb Jones back. Now, that's revisionist history. Doesn't matter. Herb Jones wasn't there. But I'm saying that to compliment what an incredible player he is defensively.
Brian, happy birthday, Marty Smith. Wouldn't have known if it wasn't for Next Round Live and Jimmy birthday wishes. Chris, happy birthday, Marty Smith. We actually share a birthday. Pay your taxes, bud. It's my annual reminder.
Yeah, it kind of sucks, April 15th.
It really does, yeah.
2020 was your year, wasn't it? Pushed like to
they pushed it
June.
Monday.
They pushed it deep.
No, they pushed it to Monday this year, too.
Yeah, the 18th is the deadline, right? Because of Good Friday? Yeah, thank goodness. People are asking if we're taking off for Good Friday tomorrow. No, we're working.
I got asked that this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I can work and still remember what Good Friday is all about.
Yeah. So we always said there were a lot of holidays we should take off, but yet we haven't taken one holiday off that we didn't get at our other job.
We love our job. Did you get Good Friday out when you were in school back in the day? We used to
sometimes.
My kids are out this year. They don't call it Good Friday. It's like e-learning day or whatever. But let's go. I'm glad they're back to that.
E-learning day?
E-learning day. I mean, you do the work at the house, which means your kids sleep in and don't do any work at the house. That's what that means.
Exactly.
Right.
All right. When we come back, what's going on in college football? We'll get to that. A couple of things that are noted there. Big day for gymnastics as well. 12 noon starts the national finals, basically the Elite Eight semifinals today. Alabama goes in the first session. Auburn goes in the second session. Both of them trying for a gymnastics national championship. We'll keep rolling along. Throwback 80s Day right here on your show that wasn't around in the 80s. It's the Next Round.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Okay, Birmingham, the USFL is here. Are you ready to become the pro football capital of America? Because on Saturday, April 16th, the only place to be is at Protective Stadium for this once-in-a-lifetime game. When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Jersey Generals. Tickets are just $10 and kids get in free. Come watch history in the making. What a game! Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's.
Nationals get the Braves again last night, 3-1. Josiah Gray, one hit, 5 scoreless innings last night for the Nationals. Braves now traveled all the way to San Diego, 7:10 tonight on Bally Sport. Baseball starts today, 12:10 with the Athletics in the Tampa Bay Rays getaway day down in Tampa. We'll talk more about what Vlad Guerrero did last night after LT tells us about Hemphill.
Yeah, hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to have our friends Hemphill on speed dial, 205-229-2090. Adam, Andrew, Chad, the team there, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090.
Landmine Believer says the Braves have to get away from all the home and festivities from celebrating last year. Season starts now with their first road game as the Braves go to San Diego, a really good baseball team, so it'll be fun to watch there. One more baseball note before we get to college football. Vlad Guerrero, is there a chance that this guy will become must-see television like Barry Bonds was at one point? I mean, I know if he gets to chasing a record in home runs, maybe. I forget what his over-under this year. I think it was like 60 of home runs. I think it was something like that.
I don't think it was that big because I think he led the majors last year with 48. I mean, 60 is massive. 60? I would bet it was 54.
54.
You think that was in?
I think that's still high, yeah. But I mean, he was 48 last year.
Look, he's on a good pace.
The kid's 23 years old.
It's amazing to watch hit.
Yeah, it could be the best, or at least power hitter right now in baseball. I mean, you saw Garrett Cole gave him the tip of the cap yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Garrett Cole, who brings nothing but heat, 2 home runs off him. He hits a 3rd home run off the Yankees last night. But LT, the way he did it, he hits a home run, then he goes out and he plays defense, and Aaron Hicks steps on his hand, bloody finger, goes in, gets it taped up quickly, comes back into the game, doesn't miss a pitch. You know, they hold the game for him while he gets the finger treated. Then he homers off Cole later, and then another home run, basically with 9 fingers. The power is fun to watch. I like watching guys like that. Is that enough to draw you in when the Blue Jays, you can get Blue Jays action when you watch Vlad Guerrero swing?
Oh, when you start to just look at that Blue Jays lineup, man, I mean, it's right there with the Dodgers, maybe even better, maybe more potent. I mean, a lot of people believe the Blue Jays are going to win the AL this year, and they took 2 or 3 from the Yankees. And Vlad Guerrero, I think you had him to win the MVP.
Yeah, and so did Brownie, I think.
I did, yep.
Yeah, he's your favorite right now.
Yeah, so did Forrester back there. But if there was a channel, all right, and they do this a little bit on Major League Baseball Network, if you guys watch it at night, they will bounce around to end games. But if there was a channel that you could, or maybe you could program it yourself and say you could get
just at bats.
Yeah,
from
you get 9 players, and you're able to program it at your house, and it would pop up every time those 9 players are batting.
It's your version of Red Zone.
Yeah.
So you got Sky Hansen, Rockstar. He loves that quad box, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Sky Hansen.
The Octo Box.
So you got Sky Hansen of the quad box. We've got Vlad Guerrero at the plate right now. We're going to send you also to L.A. with Freddie Freeman coming up.
Yeah.
He's 2 for 2
Boom.
tonight.
And it double screens for you. But Guerrero Jr. would be a guy I would check the box.
doubt.
I'd like to see every one of his at-bats.
The only time we've ever seen it was 98 when Sosa and McGuire were going back and forth.
They were interrupting programming for that.
We had the cut-ins for those guys, and then Barry Bonds. Those are the only 3 players I've ever seen it for.
Yeah, that Sosa McGuire summer was so fun.
It was.
It was fun to watch.
Because I remember watching live when McGuire, I think it was the one that broke it, was maybe the shortest home run he's ever hit. It like scraped the top of the fence, and then he missed first base and had to go back. If I remember correctly, that was either the one that tied it or broke it. They were playing the Cubs in St. Louis.
Yeah, I think it broke it.
Yeah, but they were breaking into ESPN programming constantly. Every time one of those guys would come to bat.
We will, we in case we don't get back to baseball, I missed it last night, but you showed me the John Sterling call of a Stanton home run last night. Tell me about that one.
So I think it's a 2-run game. Stanton comes to the plate, and Sterling's on the call, our guy, right? And here's the line and the pitch. It is high. It is far. It is gone and caught.
Yeah.
I was like, what? He thought,
how old is Sterling now?
Too old to be doing it if he can't tell a home run. The guy was barely on the warning track, too. It wasn't like he pulled it back in over the fence.
Yeah, the guy never even touched the wall. He wasn't like up against the wall, didn't have to jump up. It was just straight up a missed call. He got I guess he got so into it that he stopped watching the flight of the ball.
Well, if you're going to make that big of a home run call, it's got to be a no-doubter, like the one Guerrero, that line shot he hit into the second deck. I mean, it needs to be a no-doubter if you're going to do it is high.
Yeah.
If you're going to do that.
So, you have several people who are commenting about that right there. All right, we'll roll on and get to some more college football after. Brownie tells us about the great folks at Nichols Outfitters.
Jimmy D, Nichols Outfitters, has a great Father's Day gift right now for all those fathers in your life that love hunting. Christian Traverse Rifle. If you purchase one, you're in a contest to win an Arms Ranger 22 rifle right alongside it. So think about that. 2 for 1 if you win this contest. Listen, if you got an outdoorsman in the household, if you're that outdoorsman, drop that hint. Purchase a classic Christensen rifle. Enter to win another one. It is going on now till Father's Day. Nichols Outfitters, I-65 in Pelham. Just play it.
Go ahead. He says hit it.
Why not? What do we got to lose, Jim?
He's not going to put the video on the scene. We'll do the audio. How about that?
Just the audio.
We
Yeah.
won't do the video screen.
Here's the audio call last night from the New York Yankees television broadcast on Yes.
Yes.
This Hicks. Here's the 1-0. Swung on, there it goes. Deep left center. That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. But caught. At the wall. Caught by Tapia.
But God. I mean, can you imagine if you were just listening to that on radio?
Yeah.
You got money on the Yankees?
John Sterling, yes, last night with that. Okay, college football. It is confirmed now, as Brown had reported when Joe Buck was leaving Fox to go to ESPN. Brown brought this up, that he had heard that part of the deal to let him out of his contract early and negotiate with ESPN, Fox got a college football game, and it was Purdue and Penn State Thursday night to open the season on Fox. It'll be on main Fox. It'll be Thursday night at Purdue, West Lafayette, Penn State, and Purdue. Our buddy Joel Klatt will likely be on the call of that with Gus, and then roll into a Saturday opening weekend game as well.
I'm not sure it's the best Thursday night game even.
Well, that's what I'm bringing up here. So you get that game where you have that Penn State, Pennsylvania area. That'll be into that with Penn State, Purdue there, Big Ten showdown. Purdue likely could be favored in that game. It's important in the races. They will make millions of dollars because it's out of their package. They don't normally sell that, so it'll be extra bonus spots. That's why they let Buck go and get out of his contract early. So an announcer trade for a college football game, Penn State and Purdue, true story. So what does ESPN do to counter that? They move the Backyard Brawl, West Virginia and Pittsburgh, to Thursday night, opposite of Purdue-Penn State. The old shell game. Oh, yeah, we'll give you that broadcast. A game they probably weren't going to put on Thursday night anyway. Wasn't going to be high expectations anyway. They give that to Fox. They get Joe Buck. And, oh, by the way, we'll go ahead and throw Pittsburgh and West Virginia with two L.A. quarterbacks facing off each other on ESPN opposite of you.
All right, so, Lance, follow me in this analogy or in this scenario, not an analogy, a scenario if you can. Let's say you had technical difficulties with your TV and you could only get one to come on. Believable so far, everybody? Are we believing? Yeah. Okay. And you've got the choice on that Thursday night. Which one do you watch?
Well, Purdue-Penn State is the more appealing game until you threw in the element now that JT Daniels is transferred to West Virginia.
I do like the rivalry nature of the Backyard Brawl, and they announced yesterday that they're going to continue playing it.
Yeah,
four more years.
This starts 4 years.
That's right.
There'll be a small gap and then 4 more years. So they got 8 games in basically the next 12 years.
So, Lance, I do like that rivalry aspect of it. I don't disagree with you that the more – I don't know that Purdue-Penn State's going to have a whole lot of meaning in the Big Ten. Do you?
Purdue's supposed to be good. Penn State needs to be good. And they're not in the same division, but it's a conference game that will have impact down the road, you think, on one of those two teams. That's a big game. Could be 2 top 25 teams.
Yeah, I think a lot of people forget that Purdue had 9 wins last year.
Yeah, and they got hot late, right?
Yeah, and Penn State
had one of the biggest wins of the year when they beat Iowa.
This is a big year for Penn State, too, and James Franklin. Not that he would get fired, but, I mean, coming off 7 wins and how bad they were in 2020.
And how bad he flirted again last year with USC and got a better deal.
But I'm not sure in the scenario I gave Lance that I don't go the Backyard Brawl. And I don't know if it's about the quarterbacks. I don't know. But Pitt, West Virginia, maybe it's just I'm so hungry for football I'm envisioning watching that game, and I'm great with it.
But can I tell you why it'll be Penn State-Purdue for 2 reasons.
All right.
One, you'll have a better broadcast team.
Oh, you don't think Herb Street and Fowler will do the Backyard Brawl?
I don't. Not on Thursday night.
Okay.
I don't
I
think
guess they haven't historically. They used to do that. I don't think they do it anymore.
I don't think they'll double dip.
Because they'll do the Sunday night game.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the other is going to be venue. Heinz Field for this one.
Terrible.
As the NFL Stadium. Meanwhile, the other one's going to be at Purdue.
Oh, at Ross-Ade?
West Lafayette. And that's sort of a night game, West Lafayette.
That always seems like
that'll look
decent
college,
atmosphere.
It does,
it'll look college football.
I bet if we all went to a game at Ross-Ade, we'd be like, okay, this is Vanderbilt on steroids.
Yep.
But yes, you're right. Better than Heinz Field.
Brett's calling Purdue by 10 already over in the chat room.
I can see it.
Brett from New Mexico, who's literally in New Mexico today. So
but I probably would take Penn State plus 10.
You think you'd lay that?
Yeah, I would take either side plus 10 on that one. So that I thought that was an interesting twist in negotiating tactics.
Well,
okay, no problem.
To your point, we don't know how you value a college football game. Do you think they'll make $1 million off that game?
Oh yeah.
So there you go.
Who's your writer? The New York writer that always
Andrew Marchand.
Yeah, he pointed out that because it's out of the already package, it'll be packaged by itself. First game, prime time on Fox. Yeah, they'll make multi-million dollars off the
that's
game.
Essentially them getting $1 million from ESPN for Joe Buck.
He said
multi-million. Multiples
million.
of millions for Joe Buck. So when you think of it that way, it makes sense.
Yeah, so they were going to lose Buck anyway, they said after one.
Yeah.
All right, so we roll on with college football. One other note that came out of the Boston media yesterday on why Bill O'Brien, the Alabama offensive coordinator, is not with the New England Patriots. The Boston Globe reporting this, their Patriot insider says he has been told now that Bill Belichick did not want to put Nick Saban, that he really wanted Bill O'Brien to be the OC with the Patriots this year, but did not want to put Nick Saban in an awkward spot, asking him for Bill O'Brien because O'Brien had promised Nick Saban 2 years when he took the job, and that it's likely O'Brien will go to the Patriots after this year.
That's interesting.
Their friendship
so basically, he's just holding a place for O'Brien.
I figured that Bill O'Brien would have been, the first call Belichick made when Josh McDaniels took that Raiders job.
And apparently, he had talked to Bill, and Bill said, well, I promised Nick, 2 years. Would you talk to Nick? and Bill's like, no, I don't want to do that. You go ahead and stay one more year.
So basically, O'Brien has said, okay, I got the Heisman Trophy quarterback for one more year.
Yep.
Then we might, I'll head to New England, and I've got a third-year Mac Jones.
Yeah.
Now, that's a great deal for Bill.
Bill likes better, though. You got to have a preference, right?
Well, I mean, he was, rumored for a couple of head coaching jobs this year, and if Alabama does what a lot of people think Alabama's going to do this year,
they may never get him
and win the national championship, he may not go as OC in New England, maybe a head coach in college again.
Yeah, but if I'm O'Brien too, Lance, I probably look at where is your path better, being the next New England head coach or the next Alabama head coach?
I don't know.
I don't think Alabama fans will be excited about it.
No, I don't think Alabama fans either. But if you believe in yourself and you think you can win national championships, what would seem like a more stable position would be Alabama.
Mac Jones kind of hit the wall late in the year, but Mac Jones showed some signs early on that he could be a good NFL quarterback.
Who's going to be more difficult to follow?
Saban or Belichick?
Yeah.
That's a great question.
Because Patriot fans on a level are like Alabama fans.
Belichick will be more difficult to follow because it's harder to get quarterback right in the NFL than it is in college. If you get quarterback wrong in college, you can go recruit a new guy next year and you're okay. You get it wrong in the NFL, you can be in trouble for 3 or 4 years. Now, it looks like they've gotten it right with Mac Jones for a long period of time, but, guys, that's 1 year. We got to see more than that.
Yeah, the second half of the season didn't look
he hit
great.
the wall.
Speaking of fickle fan bases, Brooks says, I wish he would have went. Different word, but he says crappy play calling in the national championship game. Go back and look at that.
We didn't have any receivers.
Go back and look at that national championship game and start counting drops, Brooks. It's not he can't catch it. He can't catch it for him.
Ajay Hall's open on the 3-yard line for what sets up at least another score and drops it.
Yeah, can't catch it for him. All the coaches can do, get them open. Part of our show being brought to you by Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Check often throughout the week for a few of our drive-ins, or in case you forget, sometimes already at work. After the drive-ins,
I've noticed that twice in a row for you. Yeah.
We have some thoughts on the drive-ins in the morning. It's brought to you by Exclusive Auto Wholesale, where LT gets his ride from these days. And you want inventory? Nobody's got a better one than right there on the Pelham Parkway.
Yeah, I love the car that Drew Shields and his team has got me in right now, and that is that 2021 Bronco, the Badlands Edition, the soft top. You've seen them out on the road. I'm in one right now. It's got about 1,400 miles on it, and you can actually own that one if you want. Look, if you're in the car buying or selling market, one place you've got to check out, that's our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Exclusive Auto Wholesale has the technology that will give you an instant cash offer for your car, whether you buy something from EAW or not. Drew and his team want to buy your car, any car. It's as simple as typing in your VIN number, miles, condition, and uploading a few pics, and then bam, from the website, you get an offer for your car instantly. Exclusive Auto Wholesale can take care of you nationwide with repeat business in almost every state. For more information, check out the website today, eawcars.net. That's eawcars.net. Or just go see that incredible showroom, 2630 Pelham Parkway, and make sure you tell the guys the Next Round sent you.
As we head to break here, our thoughts and prayers with the family and friends of Jeff Klein, the Auburn quarterback who passed away yesterday after a short battle with cancer. Quarterbacked Auburn from 1999 through 2001, started in 13 games, was the Lochapoka High School coach, being remembered by Tommy Tuberville, his coach, our buddy Cole Kublik and Rob Pate, Kirk Sampson, the sports information director, just as a guy who had a golden heart there, lost too soon. Our thoughts and prayers with Jeff Klein, his family, and his friends on his passing yesterday. We're back in a moment.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at Lance'sLock.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to Lance'sLock.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to Lance'sLock.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Back with you on the Next Round. Part of the show being brought to you by Rockstars guy Adam Mestre. Rocky, tell us about your man.
My man is Adam Mestre, who is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Montana Fouts, Joey Logano, Aaron Suttles, Chris Lowe's, some of the conversations we've had this week, and you can get them podcasted at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. Great place to start out your day every day. Forrester's got a picture of we have from our friends at Purcell Farms golf course just in down the road from us. This fire going on yesterday, or maybe 2 days ago. Controlled, though, fire. to sort of take out the underbrush in the woods there. As if you're a good forester, you know
like
Scott is, that is needed sometimes to prevent wildfires.
Well, if I would have seen that picture, I've got no knowledge on it. That thing looks out of hand.
No, I did see it initially on social media. I was like, holy crap, what is that? Because, there was I don't know if you guys are aware of this. It was closer to me than you guys, but there was an uncontrolled forest fire in Shelby County not too long ago, very near my neighborhood. Not that we were going to have to evacuate or anything, but you could smell the smoke and you could see the smoke.
I don't know how that would be possible. This past spring, it rained every day.
It blew me away, but apparently a camper, was not careful with his fire, and that's what started. Or there was somebody burning leaves or something. I don't know the story. So I saw that, and I was like, God, not another one. And then I read the story that it was a control burn.
But that's why you do the control burn.
That's
so
right.
you don't have the wildfires that go uncontrolled, and you burn out the underbrush. And that's what they were doing there. And there is a good chance, that's near number 5, there is a good chance that they are burning about 62 of my golf balls.
Yeah,
right
you've
now.
hit it up there on that hillside, haven't you, on number 5? It's easy to do, actually.
I've been in those woods and lost it many times. So beautiful in a weird kind of way picture there from the folks at Purcell Farms.
Would you guys be more likely to watch the regular PGA Tour if they had to play through fire like that?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, would you?
Okay, we got to get up. We got to get
that ball's got a bad lie.
We got to get up to 32 miles an hour to get the cart through there.
Could you imagine? Do I take it unplayable or do I just play it out of the fire? I don't know.
All right, we've talked a little college football. We've talked a little Major League Baseball to start the show off here. Let's get to a little Baker Mayfield, because he was on a podcast yesterday where he said he felt disrespected by the Browns. They told him one thing, then they brought in Deshaun. He has asked for a trade. No trade has happened yet. Thought maybe Broncos or Seahawks were in the mix. That hasn't happened. When you think of Baker Mayfield, is there an option for him to play this upcoming year somewhere if you let him go at Cleveland? If you don't hold him just as the insurance with Deshaun Watson, do you think there are teams that could use Baker Mayfield as a starter with the Baker Mayfield you've seen recently?
Look, I put it like this. So the guy is guaranteed almost $19 million in that final rookie year of the contract from Cleveland. So they did exercise that fifth-year option 2 years ago. So he's going to make $19 million regardless. But I would say this, when you look at Pittsburgh bringing in Trubisky, I've seen more from Baker Mayfield than I've ever seen from Mitch Trubisky. And Baker Mayfield won their first playoff game for Cleveland, the first playoff win in 26 years. So, look, he wasn't good last year.
But he had that injury, and he talks about it in that podcast that it did impact his performance, but he was trying to gut it out for the team.
So, my point is, though, I think he would be a better option for Carolina, for New Orleans, for Seattle. Again, Jacksonville's an undecided. He would be a better option for the Texans. I mean, there's probably 5 or 6 teams he's a better quarterback.
Miami?
I don't know.
I think it's close to Miami.
Probably would stick with Tua right now.
Yeah, I think I would too. Just see him with actual weapons with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Watt.
What is the market for him and Jimmy Garoppolo? I mean, because that's a debate right now, because both of those guys apparently aren't going to be the starter, but they're both still on the roster. What do you give up going to the draft later this month if you need a quarterback and want either one of those guys? You don't give up a one,
you don't
right?
give up a one. Again, Garoppolo, man, the record is incredible for a starting quarterback. I've seen enough from Baker, probably a third, maybe.
A third round? Do you think Cleveland would give him for a third?
I don't know. They're on the hook for $19 million.
And you get rid of that if you trade him away, right?
They might be on the hook for some of it.
Yeah, maybe not all of it. I think signing bonus, however much of it's part of the bonus, I can't remember exactly how it works.
Forster just said he'd take him on the Falcons for a year.
Yeah, he'd be better. He'd be a better option on the Falcons.
And here's he's a guy that take away last year after the injury where he started making a lot of mistakes. He talks about it all in that podcast. Before that, he wasn't the best in the league, but he wasn't the worst in the league. This guy's a guy that I think can get your team to the playoffs in the right situation. He'd be a fun guy to have as your quarterback.
Rockstar Detroit?
Yes.
Over Goff?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you see, Dunaway, we're almost probably 10, 12 deep now of teams.
Great question from Terrence listening and watching us on Facebook. What about Tannehill?
No. I mean,
I don't think
Tannehill
so.
took you to the one. Tannehill's very confusing. He took you to the 1 seed, but I think he gets exposed in the postseason for the quarterback he really is. Is Baker Mayfield going to be any better than that? A, could he get you to the 1 seed? And B, once you get to the postseason, is he going to be any better than Tannehill?
Yeah, I think a lot of these guys are about the same. But with that said, even a Jared Goff, a guy that went to a Super Bowl, there's a place for Baker Mayfield.
Yep.
And boy, I just can't believe how bitter he is. Look, it's a business. You weren't good last year.
Jimmy G in place of Tannehill as Terrence as well.
Again, now.
I don't know. Probably, but
he's gotten it done in the playoffs.
But, who, Jimmy G?
Yeah.
Do you think Jimmy G could have gotten Tennessee to the 1, though? I mean,
Maybe.
Tannehill is a confusing guy. He really is. I mean, look, I had him in Miami. I know as well as anyone. Like, there was that time in Miami where his last 16 starts, he was 12-4. He had some injuries in there, but everybody's like, 12-4, Miami would be battling for the 1 seed. But he did that in Tennessee. Then you see him when he gets the 1 seed.
Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right, coast to coast, anywhere in the U.S. They'll help you settle into a comfortable mortgage situation. They're the professionals. In some places, that rate went over 5%. You're trying to lock in. A lot of you need to buy a house this spring and summer. You need the experts at Mortgage Right who can get this locked down for you.
Mortgage Right puts the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage is priority number one when you want to buy a home, and with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, we're back in a moment on TNR. John from the back row, Lunsford, says, I'd take a small rock with googly eyes on it over Ryan Tannehill. So, yes, I'd take Baker Mayfield.
Pretty bad there.
The old pet rock reference there. We're back in a moment right here on the next round. Matt Wyatt coming up.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
The USFL world is here in Birmingham. We start Saturday night with the Generals and the Birmingham Stallions, 6:30 on Fox and NBC. You can still get tickets down at Protective Stadium for that one. And then 3 games on Sunday, and we'll often roll with every game in the USFL regular season here in Birmingham this year. A chance to watch a lot of football. NCAA gymnastics today. Alabama in the early session starting at 12 noon on ESPN2. Auburn's in the session with SUNY Lee after that. Florida spring game tonight. We're about to talk to Matt Wyatt about all the SEC spring games going on after LT tells us about the great folks at Sympio.
Sympio, one of the fastest growing companies right here in the Southeast. They brought a concept to Alabama that many were unaware existed. It has taken over the state. When your company calls Sympio, they're going to take care of all the BS, the compliance, HR, payroll, benefits, things that we knew nothing about. One of the first calls we made here on the Next Round was to Sympio. When your company joins Sympio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. You can join Sympio any time of year, no annual contract. Call today for more information, 205-635-7467 or online, Sympio.com.
All right, Matt Wyatt is an SEC analyst, Mississippi State football analyst. You can follow him on Twitter at Radio Wyatt. Hello, Matt. How are you?
Hey, boys. So you got USFL football coming to town this weekend, huh? You excited about that?
Yeah.
We really are.
Yeah,
I mean, there's part of it. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not planning my weekend around it, but I am interested to see what it looks like.
Yeah, I would say one thing that excites me, Matt, is that I was young. I wasn't a kid, but in the 80s when the USFL was rocking, I liked the way they're bringing back the team names and the logos, and so as much as the jerseys and names as it is for anything else for me.
Yeah, sure. And you know what, Jim? You might be able to fill in the details of this story, and not to take up all your time on something you didn't know was coming, but several years ago, David Kellum, the play-by-play voice for Ole Miss sports on the radio, he was telling me a story about the legendary Jim Fife, that Jim Fife, the Auburn radio guy, was doing those original USFL games on the radio in the Birmingham area. And he said that Jim told a story about like the first game they had or something. The visiting team was from maybe like the West Coast, whatever, but didn't deliver a roster to him on the radio for pregame. He didn't have a roster for the other team. And so they were like, well, how'd you get through it? And Jim Fife apparently said, well, I just made up a name. And I'm trying to think, it was something like this. It was like Jubilee Dunbar or whatever. You make up this name. He said, and by the time the game was over, Jim Fife said people were calling the radio station going, where did this guy play college ball? Who is this? Because he had thrown 3 touchdown passes. He made about 8 tackles on defense, and he kicked every extra point. The same guy, that's how he got through it.
It was, you'll remember the name. I know, Matt, you know Herb Winches, right? It was Jim Fife and Herb Winches.
Yes. On the Birmingham Stallions Radio Network.
Absolutely.
How about that? That was probably an exhibition game because their very first game was the Michigan Panthers, and the great Bobby Hebert was the quarterback, and it was an exciting 9-7 affair.
Wow.
Yeah.
How about that? 9-7.
So nobody threw 3 touchdowns, but the Jubilee Dunbar may have kicked all the field goals in that one.
I've actually, that is a legit story because I've heard Herb tell that story about Jubilee Dunbar. Herb has told that story before.
That was a good pull on the name there.
Yeah, I like that.
I don't know. Yeah, that's me. I remember stuff you shouldn't, and I don't remember the stuff you should.
Yeah,
that's me.
Right there with you. So the other day we were talking about who is going to be that team to challenge Alabama in the West. Everybody's talking about Texas A&M. I brought up Mississippi State. I mean, 7-6 last year. 3 of those losses by 3 or less points. Will Rogers, to me, and I had to battle, I forgot which one of these two, is I think he's an elite quarterback. And a lot of people are saying he's system, but I just think Mississippi State's one of these teams that could break through this year. Am I completely wrong on that?
Well, I don't think you're completely wrong. We got to see it happen. And it's going, if you say breakthrough, like, if we were to define it, what is it? Is it win the West? No, it's not happening. We don't live in that world. The reality is, and I'm not, trying to be somebody out thinking everybody's not. I just think the reality is you got rosters on a couple of teams in the Western Division that are on a different planet than the other ones. Okay, and that plays out over the course of the season. But, Lance, here's the thing. Mike Leach, everywhere he's been, and just about every year, what does he do? What does he pull off? He pulls off 1, 2, sometimes 3 wins that nobody sees them coming. And you go, how'd they do that? It's like coming back from 28 at Auburn or 20 down 25 at Auburn. You come back and beat them last year. It's like throwing for 600 right out of the gates his first game against LSU. They're going to upset and beat somebody they're not supposed to. That's what they do. What they've got to do to sort of like get up there and challenge is avoid the Memphis game from last year. You see what I'm saying? Like in the midst of all that. So they do have some of the pieces. Telling you, watching them scrimmage, and that's one thing that's great about covering State. Coach Leach is just open to everybody. You want to come to practice? Come on. Anybody, media, opposing coaches, whoever, come watch us practice. And so you get great access. And here in year 3, you just watch them. They'll go 1s versus 1s in a scrimmage right out of the chute, and you watch them, and it just has a better look. It's fast. It's efficient. You can just tell. I mean, you got guys that everybody knows how this thing's supposed to look now. There's no sloppiness. It's running like a better machine right now in practice than I've seen the previous 2 years. So that gives you hope. They're deeper on defense. And then you get to quarterback. Okay, so any of those teams of his, it's going to be driven by quarterback. And my evaluation of Will Rogers, too, is I don't know that based on what's on paper yet, you would go, he is elite. Can he be? I think he has next level accuracy, and I think that's why he's playing for Mike. Will is he's one of those who was born accurate with the ball. He does not struggle to throw it to guys where they can catch it running. And so then it's just decision-making and experience, and he's starting to get there. He's filling out. He's starting to look like a college player. His body's getting bigger. He's looking older. He sounds like a more experienced player. And my question on that side of the ball is, how do you replace a first-round offensive tackle? That's the question mark. Because if you're going to throw it 60 times a game, that's really, really important. So that's my evaluation on that.
I'm interested, though, because, beat Texas A&M last year. Mississippi State did. But there seems to be a big gap between Alabama and success for Mike Leach's offense against Nick Saban and Pete Golding's defense. Is just schematically, can he close the gap with that, or just the way Mike coaches offense and Alabama plays defense, that's always going to be a problem?
Yeah, I think it probably is always going to be a problem. We can look at the draft and we can see what the problem is there personnel-wise. But you know what? I guess, so we've seen it twice now. And at the time that State's offense ran out there in year one in Tuscaloosa in the COVID year, it had melted around KJ Costello. He got hurt, and halfway through the game, Will Rogers, who as a true freshman, he missed the first 2 weeks, and they went, okay, run on out there to Bryant Denny. It's yours the rest of the way. Good luck.
Thank you. Hey.
Yeah, this is what I signed up for, And then last year, frankly, Alabama's a much better football team than Mississippi State, yes, but State, just in terms of executing basic stuff, throwing and catching, not having drops, they melted on that field because it was Alabama. They played poorly. Alabama forced that, but it was almost like the Crimson uniforms kind of forced it too. You saw guys early in the game dropping balls that were just throw and catch slant routes that you didn't see them drop the rest of the year. State didn't respond to it very well, and Alabama had a great plan. So, yeah, I think there's this huge gap. We all know that there's this personnel gap. The whole. It's all. I mean, people say it like it's a joke, but it is a reality. The whole thing of Alabama's got more 5-stars on their punt team than State has on its team. That's a reality. Okay, that's what you're up against. But with a third-year quarterback, better depth on defense to probably get you an extra possession or two in the game, maybe. It should look different. It should. If State's offense goes out there this year in Bryant Denny and looks like against Alabama like they have the last two, it's a major failure, in my opinion.
Matt Wyatt is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You can follow him on Twitter at Radio Wyatt, SEC and Mississippi State analyst, and does his own show over there in Mississippi as well. A lot of video work too. You watch through a quarterback's eye, so I'm curious, either quarterback that is new to the league, like a Spencer Rattler or a Jackson Dart, or a quarterback in a different place, like a Max Johnson. Give me that guy that you're excited to see for the first time this year.
Yeah, I really am excited about Max Johnson. I don't know how y'all – I wish I'd listened to y'all's debate that Lance mentioned about debating quarterbacks and how you feel about Max Johnson, but I just feel like Max has had a little bit of it factor at times, and he showed it some at LSU. That first game where they ran out there and beat Florida in the COVID year down there in the rain. Of course, that was the throw the shoe game, but Max played great in that ball game. And then we saw him last year. And listen, that was another game where State didn't necessarily play its best, but for all intents and purposes should have won the ball game and would have if Max Johnson didn't just go off. He played – State loaded up and came after him in zero coverage, and he beat it. And he's shown me a little something. I think I'm really excited to see him in a new uniform with some new opportunities, and I think he'll get that. And look, Rattler at South Carolina is intriguing and exciting and everything, sure. But it's in terms of if we're making a list, I got my eye on Max Johnson because I think he's the real deal.
More upside, Hendon Hooker or KJ Jefferson?
I would say Jefferson. Yeah, that's a great question too, Lance. They're a little different, aren't they? Yeah, a little bit different build, a little bit, similar offenses certainly that they're playing in Tennessee and Arkansas, but Jefferson a little bigger, tough as nails, is only going to get better at making some of those throws. And he's had a little bit of the it factor to him too in some of these games. And by that, I mean it's the, hey, we didn't coach that. I don't know how he did that, but he did it sort of thing. He's had a few of those moments. Yeah, so I like Jefferson. Maybe it's a Mississippi bias. Man, that kid is from in the middle of nowhere, Mississippi, right on the edge of the Mississippi Delta. And you come through there, you kind of have a little bit of a different level of toughness too. I like him a lot.
A lot of quarterback battles going on and in the SEC as well. But tonight we get to see the Florida spring game, and I'd love to know what you think of Billy Napier as a guy who can build a program, and what do you think he's inheriting down there roster-wise, following Dan Mullen, a guy you know very well. And I don't know how you felt Mullen would work out in Gainesville. So tell me, did it surprise you that it burned so quickly and he's out? And what do you think of Billy Napier?
Yeah, it surprised me that it burned so quickly. It really did. Because, guys, I was I was one of those pretty confident that Mullen was going to work out well at Florida. Just from what we had seen, the way he ran the program and built the program at State, and you think, okay, if you go replicate that with more 4s and 5s at Florida, I mean, it's bound to work. And you knew Dan going to Florida was up against the recruiting curve that and sort of the pace that Georgia and Kirby Smart set. But still, I'm still surprised to just see it sort of completely fall apart like it did and as quickly as it did. So with that said, Jim, that's my only question with Coach Napier here year one is what is that roster, right? Who is your quarterback? How's that going to work out? What is the roster? Again, it's when you feel strongly like I did about a guy like Mullen at Florida and then it doesn't work out, it can be a shot to your confidence in reading a situation maybe from my perspective.
Right.
But I just think Napier is going to have success there. And I don't know if that means he catches Georgia because we're living at a time where with recruiting what it is and NIL what it is and transfer portal what it is, I don't know that you can catch Georgia, in those things. And so, how are we going to define success for the coach at Florida? I still feel like it's the Florida Gators. We're not far removed from multiple national championships. I still feel like it's a place and a program that ought to have the expectation we can catch Georgia, but remains to be seen.
When I think Easter lunch after church, I think of deviled eggs. Are you a deviled eggs fan?
Oh, I'll eat them. Yeah, I'll eat the deviled eggs. It's not like that's the first thing I think of, though.
It's weird. Easter. It is the first thing, like ham and deviled eggs. That's what I think of when I think of Easter lunch. I don't know why.
Well, what do you think of, Matt?
That's a really good question, man. See, we have an Easter tradition. My wife is from Vicksburg, and we always go to her hometown, Vicksburg, Mississippi, for Easter weekend. And we go and eat at this old antebellum home sitting down there General Grant didn't bomb it because it was too beautiful, that whole stuff. And they have a buffet, like an Easter lunch buffet there. And I don't even know that deviled eggs are on there, to be quite honest.
It's an oversight.
It's really an interesting question. You have me questioning if I grew up wrong or something because I don't associate a particular food with Easter. All I think about is candy, pastel colored.
Yeah.
Everything candy for Easter. But
Do you like the Cadbury egg?
I am not a fan of those at all.
So Dunaway tried to eat. What was the amount, Dunaway?
I was trying to eat a dozen in 30 minutes to wipe off a bet that I'd lost and did not make it.
It didn't make it through the show. It put him down.
Yeah. This is like an Easter version of Cool Hand Luke or something. We'll see how many eggs I can eat.
It was. I was down a few steaks. And so I was wiping some off, and I got into it, and I'd never had one to begin with. So just the texture of what was inside of them threw me for a loop, and it was just pure creamy sugar.
That's all it is sugar.
Yeah, and then I didn't eat them as fast as I should have, and then I was a little overweight at the time. My blood pressure was out of whack.
So a lot of going against
things started spinning in my head as I started to feel sick, and I shut it down at I think 5.
Well, and you mentioned being overweight. I was going to say, maybe that's what leads to it. But in my fat days, it's a Reese cup eggs. And it's basically a Reese cup. But we used to say, why is it so much better as an egg shape? Yeah. And you'd eat 4 or 5 of those, and then you're lightheaded 30 minutes later. And
you're preaching to my wife right now, and it's to the point where she hides them in our house this time of year. She hides them, and I cooked dinner last night, Matt, and I went to get a bowl to mix up green beans to roast them, olive oil and pepper, and I find an empty bag of eggs, of Reese's eggs there, and I look over at her. She was preparing a sermon. I was like, I didn't even know we had these in the house, and now the bag's empty.
Wow.
And she was like, don't judge me. It's a stressful week.
Wow. It's like Jenny Sack in The Sopranos.
The Reese eggs. That's great.
Deviled eggs or not, I hope your family has a great Easter, Matt. We appreciate the time.
Thank you, boys. Good to talk to y'all as always. Have a great weekend.
All right, buddy. You too. Take care. Matt Wyatt with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Daryl wants Rockstar. to add the "Are y'all excited about the USFL" to the trash show, but it's got the Cure in it.
Yeah,
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah, it's gonna be
excited
great.
as I am.
So did she eat the whole bag?
She did. I don't want. I mean, I've admitted to shaving my legs on the air today, so I'll throw her under the bus too. She ate the whole bag.
Okay.
I don't know how long they'd been there. Maybe she ate the whole bag over 2 weeks.
You know what I like?
Or
at
maybe
Easter?
she ate them all yesterday.
Are you guys deviled eggs?
I like the deviled egg.
I love
I'm
deviled
like
eggs.
Matt. I never see it though.
Yeah, I
It's
like
not-
the
not
deviled
an
eggs.
option.
More on that on your image of what Easter meal looks like.
Right.
After I tell you about our friend Greg from Pell City, who I bet likes deviled eggs as well.
You know Greg loves deviled eggs.
You don't have 10 kids without liking
That's
deviled
right.
eggs.
Absolutely.
205-542-3531, 542-3531 for a free no-cost roof inspection. Why is it important to get your roof inspected? Because water can be seeping in through bad spots on that roof, water entry points on that roof without you knowing it, and it can be causing damage that's going to cost you thousands of dollars. That's why you need to call Greg today. Get that free, no-cost roof inspection. We've had some recent storms, so you need to get that roof inspected if you had a bad storm blow through. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned. He and his wife own this thing. Storm Restoration Roofing's been locally owned for 20 years, so they're not going anywhere. The insurance companies love them. They have all the best warranties in the industry. Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531 for that free, no-cost roof inspection from Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City, and Storm Restoration Roofing. I do love a good deviled egg.
Deviled egg. Deviled egg is a weird thing to eat on Easter, though. It's got the name devil in it.
It does.
You've boiled him, and you're eating. I don't know if I need to put too much thought into this. I like deviled eggs. I don't know. We just put out a Twitter poll. Do you like deviled eggs?
A little paprika on top.
Yeah, the paprika.
That's what that little red-looking thing is.
I could eat it without it. I just like them, man. I like a good deviled egg.
Do you like the yolk chopped with a little celery or pickle? Any of that in there?
Yes, celery. No.
Okay.
But I'll even walk by early pre-lunch and grab a couple and eat them.
Yeah,
pre-lunch.
to me,
like
that
an
is a good appetizer. Yeah.
The Diplomat has them as appetizers. They're good there.
I was about to say the Diplomat right there in
They
Vestavia.
serve it on a piece of lettuce. Very fancy.
Yeah. So I do like deviled eggs, but I'm like Matt. I don't think I've ever. I would say ham. The old Southern salty ham is a Easter.
That's a staple.
Is an Easter staple thing, and good rolls. I remember good rolls growing up.
But do y'all have the traditional lunch every time?
We don't really have a tradition like Matt just talked about. We'll go. I think I'm going to my parents' house for lunch.
The thing I remember about Easter is the damn pictures in your suits for the kids' pictures. I hated that, and it was so hot.
Yeah, it's way more casual than it is now. The kids don't have to do suits anymore.
It does feel like that's the first hot Sunday, though.
Yeah,
when you're wearing a jacket, a little pastel jacket,
and nobody really wants to be right around each other right after eating deviled eggs.
I think I'm gonna bust out the seersucker today.
Yeah,
you'll see a lot of it Sunday.
Recent years, this is the least alabaster I've ever sounded. Recent years, we've gone to the country club and dined with my brother-in-law.
Interesting. Yeah, which country club?
I'm not going to name drop, Brown. You played the course recently, though. I'll tell you that.
That doesn't really narrow it down.
There's it down. Yes. All right. When we come back, we'll continue the conversation about college football. We've got a list from Brad Crawford of 24/7 of some early big Week 1 games, and he makes a pick on these games already.
We already got pit. We're putting on headgear.
I like Brad and everything.
Yeah.
But I'm more interesting to find out who these guys pick in that early game. All right.
Okay.
So I'm gonna call out some Week 1 games, and we'll watch old Ryan Corso over here put on the headgear. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. We've got Cowan Equipment polls out, including do you like deviled eggs right there, and it's Cowan Equipment.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home. Only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've now been on the program for about 6 weeks, and in that time, I've now lost over 40 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals in the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me accountable along with the entire Next Round crew. It's been much easier than I thought it would be, and it can be for you too. Just visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program and then join us in our journey to healthy living. That's aplanforme.com to get started on your weight loss journey with Way to Wellness.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Kellen's a big fan as well. He says he eats 1 or 2 deviled eggs while going through the food line.
That's right. Oh, yeah.
And a couple more on the plate.
I go full. I don't take a bite. Like, I just pop one
I was
in.
asked why they're called deviled eggs. Do we know?
Because I think you boil the devil out of them.
boil the hell out of them.
We got devil's
hell out of 'em.
food cookie too.
All right, I'll go find the
You
origin
like
of
the
that.
devil's food cookies?
They're not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad.
When I was a kid, they used to have, it was like a hard chocolate cover and it had devil's food on the inside.
A little bit of marshmallow on the
inside.
inside.
A little bit of marshmallow. I like those, when I was a kid.
Part of our show brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. They bring you Rockstar's viewing menu at this time every day.
Hey, Daniel Moore has completed that original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. Painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game. Use the code TNR, 15% off your purchase. Go to danielmooreart.com. And remember, you can submit your T-shirt design and win. It's a contest we've got going on here. Just head on over to nextroundlive.com. Design our next shirt. Submit your shirt design and win from our friends at New Life Art.
Today's a big day because there's people that love their privacy. They don't want to give anything about their private lives. And Hulu has finally got a family to agree to reveal some of their private lives. It appears tonight. The Kardashians. Do you guys remember them?
Barely.
They have a new show on Hulu where they're going to expose their private lives and show what goes on behind the scenes of their everyday. I mean, that's kind of cool.
You know, the old, this has been used about different people, but the most dangerous place on the earth is the space between a Kardashian and a camera.
Yep. It's true.
That's proof of that.
And then 7 p.m. on Epic's Drive-In. I've never seen it because they always show this role, Christian Bale's role of the machinist. I can't do it.
I've never seen it either.
That still frame of him where he's like 90 pounds.
Yeah, I mean, he lost a ton of
it's
weight.
really uncomfortable.
Did he lose more than McConaughey did for Dallas Buyers Club?
Oh, it was to the point where like it was really bad. I can get the still frame. It's gross.
So he gained all that weight to play in American Hustle. He gained a bunch to play in that one.
No, he gained more to play Cheney.
Oh, that's right. I forgot he played Dick Cheney.
He played Dick Cheney.
And he gained more for that, so he bounces up and down. Then he had to build muscle for Batman. So the guys,
there's no way that's good for you.
No, especially at his age. No. And then friend of the show, Craig Robinson. I think Dunaway's the only one who has that Peacock. But Peacock tonight premieres Killing It. A divorced, down on his luck single father named Craig, shocker, tries to apply for a loan to start a new business, but an encounter with an Australian Uber driver changes his life forever. Peacock, Craig Robinson.
I've got Peacock. You know why I've got Peacock?
Young and the Restless.
No.
You got my password?
No, I don't have your password.
Behind the scenes, This Is Us.
No. My wife loves This Is Us. I'll tell you guys, if you just during the Super Bowl, do you remember my DirecTV receivers just randomly reset and did an update during the Super Bowl? And it was right before halftime, and my wife was fearful we were going to miss halftime. So without my knowledge, she's upstairs, I'm downstairs. She joins Peacock so she can watch the halftime show. She just slides up. And, of course, like everything else, we were going to cancel it. Do you think I've done that?
Nope.
No. So now we've got Peacock.
Hey, you know there's an app, though.
Never watch it.
That will show you every subscription you've got.
I need that app.
Don't you have to load it up first to start with?
Do you have to subscribe to that app?
No, I've got to put my subscriptions in. I don't even know what I've got subscriptions
and your passwords to everything.
No, I just saw the roommate had downloaded it, and she was canceling things left and right about a week ago.
Well, I'd love to get her feedback on how the app works because I need to jump in on that.
Deviled is a cooking term. It means to make something spicy. So supposedly originally in Rome with the deviled eggs,
back in Rome, like
this
Caesar's
is where they started.
time?
Yeah. I don't know if it was Caesar's time, but it was in Rome. Caesar, is just a title. I hate to go.
He built that whole palace in Vegas.
He was the head guy. The Caesar was the head
there
guy.
Are a lot of Caesars,
right.
right?
Hey,
I'm the head
Brown
guy.
became the leader. He would become Caesar.
Brown.
But you're thinking probably Julius. He's probably the most infamous of the Caesars.
I can name 3: Julius, Augustus, and Tiberius.
And
Little Caesar.
He's actually made the most money.
Probably.
I hate to tell you this. There's a lot of Nicks in the world too, but if I say we got Nick on at 12 noon
I
today,
know who it is.
It's a little different.
Yeah. So apparently back in the day, the yolk part, the yellow part was spicy. So it was deviled when you cook it. That's why they call them deviled eggs. But apparently, because we Christians can weird up a lot of things, and I'll say that as a believer, I believe in Jesus Christ as my Savior, but believers can weird up a lot of things in the way we do things. A lot of believers don't like to call it a deviled egg, so they call it a stuffed egg or a salad egg or a dressed egg. I've never heard it called. They just call it a deviled egg. My gosh, you're not worshiping Satan if you eat it. Just call it a deviled egg.
Oh, I had a kid in my 8th grade math class. His name was Damien, and the teacher was very religious, and she refused to call him Damien. She called him by his middle name.
Yeah. Oh, you're kidding.
No,
right?
I'm not kidding.
I mean,
she would never call him Damien.
Christians can weird up a lot of things.
Yeah.
But is Damien, is that biblical? Is that really part of it, or is that just from the movie The Omen?
I think it's just from the movie The Omen. I've never seen him called Damien. I mean, in the Bible, it's normally called, I don't know what the Greek term would be. But I mean, Lucifer, the devil.
Somewhere.
Beelzebub.
Somewhere it'll be resurrection eggs this Sunday on the menu.
Well, I mean, that's more insulting to Jesus than anything, right? Let's take his resurrection and make it a food item.
All right, so that is the devil's egg history and what Rockstar is watching tonight, all brought to you by our friends at New Life. Let me tell you about the Indy Grand Prix before we make some picks right here. We're getting ready to go racing at Barber Motorsports Park later on this month, and the Indy Grand Prix of Alabama presented by Honda and our friends at America's First Federal Credit Union returns to Barber Motorsports Park April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves, 7-time NASCAR Cup champion Jimmy Johnson, will battle it out at Barber, and they'll have the great Grand Marshal of Tim Tebow. He'll have all the festivities that weekend as well. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now. It should be a great weekend, as it always is, for the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by America's First Federal Credit Union. Here's the ticket location, IndyAlabama.com, I-N-D-Y. IndyAlabama.com, IndyAlabama.com. Get your tickets today. All right, Brad Crawford writes for 24/7 Sports. I'm going to call out the game. You guys make the pick. I'll tell you while you're writing and erasing Brad's pick on the game. We'll start off one we've talked about a lot. West Virginia, JT Daniels at Pittsburgh against Keaton Slovis. Pittsburgh, winner of the game. Who do you like? Brownie goes.
I got West Virginia. I'm going to go with the road team at Heinz Field and JT Daniels over Keaton Slovis. Give me West Virginia.
Little Mountain Mama.
Mountain Mama.
Narduzzi better coach. Slovis at his best was better than JT Daniels. I'll take Pitt.
Crawford goes Pitt 28-27 in a close game as well.
We're going to write them all in there because Lance went really small in the corner.
I'll go big this time.
I mean, but sometimes a cool-looking hat is the logo is very small right here.
Yours isn't. It's a big logo. I like the hat.
So do we like the hat or not?
I like the hat.
Because I go in the back and I get a little back row smack from Forrester and Lunsford on the hat.
Yeah, they said the most awful thing. I like that hat.
I tell you what I would like better is if it didn't have the little
squigglies,
the stripes.
I do think that
if
adds
that was
a
a
little
solid
too much.
blue line at the bottom, and you got away with the stripes at the top.
Yeah, I agree with Lance on that. You're talking about the little hash marks?
I'm talking about the
like
little
that.
black hash marks. Yeah.
So what did they say?
Something like Lunsford said that's a good looking hat, and I was like, well, what is that supposed to mean? Was there a spoof coming up?
A spoof.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And Forrester said, well, other than it not being a White Sox hat.
Yeah, it's gonna shock you guys. I'm a 6 on the Enneagram. I'm always suspicious that people are out to get me.
Have you really taken that test?
I did, yeah. I didn't
Of course
get the.
you did.
I didn't pay. I didn't
suspicious
pay,
of the answers?
I didn't pay for the full report. I just did the free one.
I know you did because everybody was doing it like a year ago. So if everybody's doing it, Dunaway's going to do it.
I've never even heard of it.
You haven't done it. I bet you haven't done it.
No. I'm a 6. I have a strong 5 wing, though. I don't even know what that means. Okay, Clemson at Georgia
Wait, what is the
Tech.
test again?
Test your personality traits, basically.
Yeah.
I haven't taken it either.
And I don't know what number it is, but when you leave halfway through the personality test like you would, I don't know what number that'll be. But
it's an INC for incomplete.
Clemson at Georgia Tech. Brad's pick is Clemson 24, Georgia Tech 7.
Do I really need to write this on here?
Yeah.
I'm not going to waste the ink.
Well, how close? How close do you think Georgia Tech can keep it? You think you can go 24-7? I mean, our buddy Jeff Collins needs.
There's my score.
34-10.
I think it would be a huge win. Obviously, it would be the signature win for Jeff Collins, but it would be an awful loss for Dabo. Think about
terrible.
Coming off that 10-3. Everybody's wondering, what this year is going to be. Yeah, I think it's blowout.
That would be an awful win.
And how good can Georgia Tech be if Jahmyr Gibbs walked out the door to Alabama?
I know. I mean, that guy is maybe, a lot of people think he could be a top 5 running back in the nation at Alabama.
Don't you just feel like they'll go all season long saying, God, imagine if we had Jahmyr Gibbs.
3rd and 1. Who would we be giving it to right now?
Imagine if we had Jahmyr Gibbs. Cincinnati at Arkansas is a great week 1 game.
Hey, don't forget, Georgia Tech almost beat Clemson last year, though, in Death Valley. So, it was close. All right, what was that game? I'm sorry.
Glad to see Jeff Collins still has your phone number. Rung that up for you real quick there. It's Cincinnati at Arkansas. I'm
going to list Arkansas as a 4-point favorite. I think Arkansas wins the game.
Yeah, you weren't here last time we talked about this game. We did one of these where somebody called Arkansas winning the game an early season upset. And I'm like, Arkansas could be favored in this game.
Oh, yeah,
it's far from an upset.
I mean, Desmond Ritter, you got to replace him.
Yeah.
Sauce Gardner's gone at one of the corners, maybe the best corner.
Game in Fayetteville.
Alec Pierce is gone.
Better coach in this game, Sam Pittman, Luke Fickell. Too close to call.
It's too early for Pittman. I'd go Fickell right now, but I'm
going to take home field, and I think Arkansas is a better team.
Great first week game. Utah at Florida. Billy Napier, spring game tonight down in Gainesville.
Give me the U.
Well, LT's going Utah.
Oh, yeah, Utah's the better team.
Yeah,
They'll be favored too, right?
Utah, yeah. Well, it'll be a close to a pick. I think Utah might be a slight favorite.
Crawford picks them 27-24 at 24/7 Sports, a 3-point game. That'd almost be a win for Florida to play within 3, right?
Yeah, I think if you told Kyle Whittingham you can have a 3-point win, he'd take it right now, though.
Yeah.
It's still a dangerous game.
We joke about this a lot, but seriously, the heat and humidity, I think, is a concern for the Utah players.
I would agree.
I mean, I've seen that be an issue before.
Yeah, and we'll be honest, Utah doesn't play road games like it'll be at the Swamp for that game.
Just like if Florida went to Utah and had to play an altitude game, it would affect them.
Florida State, New Orleans that opening weekend. That's an intriguing game too. I mean, I know Helmet tells you where these programs have been. LSU is supposed to win that game, but
I'm going to go LSU. I think it's a hard call. I guess Jaden Daniels is going to win this job.
I'm going to lean Jaden Daniels, and I definitely know the coaching advantage here.
Brian Kelly.
Yeah. Now,
Norvell's had coach than Mike Norvell.
This is year 3, so they should be much improved, but I'm still going to go with LSU and the talent on that roster.
Some talk at LSU, they've got 30% of the offense installed through spring right now. There is some discussion about them possibly working a 2-quarterback system almost all year.
LSU?
Yeah.
With Jaden Daniels and Miles Brennan?
Yeah.
Wow.
Another great opening weekend game. Oregon and Georgia at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, so a virtual home game for the national champs. Georgia, you guys are all going to put Georgia to win. How close can they keep it?
Oh, I think it could be a tight game. I mean, within 7 points. But I think Georgia wins. You don't think so?
Georgia's losing a lot, but again, they should be able to just restock. You've got new head coach in Dan Lanning. You've got probably Bo Nix at quarterback. You saw Bo with, kind of a comparable roster last year with Auburn against
so you
the
don't
Georgia
even think
team.
Close, huh?
Yeah.
No, I think they win by double digits for sure.
Crawford goes 34-17. Bo Nix the wild card in that game. And one more for you in this opening weekend. Notre Dame and Ohio State. I mean, what a great weekend of football we have. Notre Dame and Ohio State. Everybody's going to pick Ohio State here, right?
Yeah, I think Ohio State. I still think they win the game by double digits.
Crawford goes 38-24. That is double digits.
Yep.
So if I asked you, though, can Notre Dame still be a playoff contender if they lose this first round?
If they win all their other games.
Win the rest of them. 24-16.
Oh, defensive battle there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think you've got Marcus Freeman's a really good defensive coach, I think.
Man, if you hold that Ohio State offense with C.J. Stroud and those receivers to 24, I leave that game at Notre Dame saying, man, we got a chance because of our defense.
I'm just saying, first game, it's often a little ragged. I think Marcus Freeman's a good defensive coach. I could see it being a little lower scoring.
Yeah, all interesting there. First weekend games. Brad Crawford, you can see his picks and why you picked them in our morning rounds right now at nextroundlive.com. Our man Dr. B keeping you in the game when it comes to hair. Past your 30s, past your 40s. Get in early with Dr. B.
Yeah, look, over the past year, I noticed a little hair loss. Asked around, everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy to call. I set up a consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. Recently got the results. Dr. Beckenstein and I had that virtual meeting to go over the options just a couple of weeks ago. We chose that non-invasive laser treatment, which I'm actually doing from my couch. It will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. Excited to see those results in a few months. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
We are back. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by Amherst, returns to Barber Motorsports Park April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves and 7-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson, will battle it out at Barber. And Tim Tebow will kick it all off as our Grand Marshal. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at IndyAlabama.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in Gabe Day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Before we get to the phones and before Brown tells us about Wayne's, can I point out something that we don't usually have a problem here on a Thursday? is I think we have golf starting at the, RBC Heritage up in Hilton Head.
That's right, Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, Harbortown Golf Links.
Yeah, the most changed television in our whole setup here is TV number 4. And Brown made the adjustment to watch Nationals Braves yesterday. Mm-hmm. And I have spent now an hour and 48 minutes watching bull roping and rodeo.
Yeah, it's on Bally's.
Yeah, left over.
Here you go.
Can we not get you a little golf channel?
Well, I mean, they're not showing the LPGA is on right now. But I'll turn it on if you want to watch the ladies play.
I'd rather watch the ladies walking on beautiful grass than us roping cattle.
Well, there you go, buddy. You got it now.
I keep waiting for the Dutton family to come out and tell me something's gone wrong at the rodeo here.
I changed it for you.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. They'll keep all the pests out of your life.
They will, and they'll also get you that Barefoot Goods summer lawn. It's the only company we trust for pest control on the show and for our lawn maintenance. Wayne's can create your happy place with a Barefoot Goods summer lawn. Right now, get the first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement, and you can do that by calling 866-WAYNES1. That is 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create that happy place with a Barefoot Goods summer lawn. 866-WAYNES1. The offer code TNR for Wayne's, and get that Barefoot Goods summer lawn.
Greg in Pell City is next with us here on the next round. Hey, Greg, how are you, buddy?
I'm good, baby. I'm good. I was about to call about some resurrection food here, and but then Ryan said it was probably dishonoring to Jesus, something about the resurrection egg. So I had to think about this, but I decided it was still good to go. Okay. Have y'all ever had resurrection rolls?
All right, so these are the ones that kind of mimic the empty tomb, right? The rolls are made, and like the symbolism is the tomb is empty. Is that right?
Yeah, well, my wife, the way she does is beautiful, and I can't wait every year because they are delicious. But what she does is, you take a can of crescent rolls, and she'll get a marshmallow, and that represents Jesus. And with the kids, she dips it in butter, which is the oils, and then she rolls it in cinnamon and sugar, which is their spices, and then completely wrap that marshmallow up or Jesus up to where he's not showing at all. You got to make sure all the creases, and then bake them things. And baby, man, I'm telling you, that's the best rolls you ever had. And Jesus is gone.
Yeah,
kids love it. Daddy does too.
Yeah. Well, they look good.
Yeah. They do look good. We're looking at some pictures right now.
It's a good teaching tool. As you described it there, did feel a bit sacrilegious. I'm not going to lie. but they look good.
We know where your heart is, Greg.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're a believer, so I'm fine. But
Greg, I'm Methodist. Not only would I enjoy those rolls, I'll have a glass of wine doing it.
We went to you on that one, but
yeah. All right, buddy. Thank you. The resurrection
Thanks,
rolls.
Greg. Yeah, I like that.
Is that I assume that's a Southern thing.
Well, I'm sure deviled eggs are. I mean, I don't know that deviled eggs exist outside the Southeast, even though they're apparently created in Rome, I learned today.
Yeah, now we know places you can get the deviled egg.
Oh, how about that one,
Is
Brad?
there a place you can get resurrection roll?
I've never heard of
bother
that.
you, Bort?
What?
They've got the icing
That was
cross.
notarized.
The icing cross on top.
I mean, look. I don't know where to draw the line. I've said this all along.
Well, I think God has a sense of humor.
Well, I know God has a sense of humor. Look at you.
Walked into that one.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, and I passed on the big saying at Jocks back in the day was always, you did it with the cameras and the Kardashians. The big joke was don't get in between Brown and a microphone back in the day.
Whatever. That away. That was so lame. I thought you were going to say, don't get between Brown and his car door right as the show's over.
No.
We got golf weather. I'm always fascinated in society where we draw lines, right? Like, this is wrong and this is okay, and there's this line in between. How far, so I don't know where to draw the line on sacrilege. I'm impossible to offend. Like, as a believer, I don't know, like, as a resurrection roll, do people consider it sacrilegious? I generally don't get caught up in those discussions. Well, I'm okay.
Let me ask you about this. Because I can see a little bit of what went on down in Chilton County, which is a county south of us.
I think we've drawn the line in a weird spot here.
South of Birmingham, if you're outside the state watching and listening to us. But it is winding down on the school year here in the state of Alabama. Senior pranks. We painted a road my senior year, a back road in Alabaster. It had a big dip, and we put class of 82 and something else. I forget what we did on the other side. but we painted the road in the middle of the night, and we had lookouts, and a bunch of the seniors did that, and that was one of the pranks we pulled senior year. And there's pranks all the time. The one they did at Jemison and Chilton County High School, I thought was pretty creative.
It really is.
And funny, but we live in a different world in 2022 than we did back in the 80s. So I guess there is some terrorism concerns or something that this could raise.
Oh, come on.
I'm just saying, I'm playing what they're playing, the role of why you can't do this.
Yeah.
But tell me what happened and how it took so long for a teacher to realize what had happened.
Yeah, so according to the AL.com story I read yesterday, written by Jeremy Gray, apparently Jemison and Chilton County decided we're going to do co-senior pranks. So the Jemison kids went to Chilton County, the seniors, and the Chilton County seniors went to Jemison, which is, again, creative and funny. Apparently, and this is far more alarming.
And they pull into the parking lot. They walk into class.
They go to class. They traded schedules. I don't know how they did this without administrators finding out, because it had to be out on social media. The far more alarming part of this to me is apparently teachers and administrators didn't catch on until halfway through the day.
Yeah, like
how is that impossible?
How is that impossible? It seems impossible.
They went past the first period.
Yeah, that is far more alarming to me than the fact that the students actually did this.
I mean, in mid-April,
right.
I mean, I know teachers are overworked and underpaid. God bless you all.
And there's a million subs right now.
And they're scratching to get out the door. I get all that.
But in the first period, if you look around in a class that probably is dominated by seniors, because you're usually class by class, and you look around, you don't see 80% of the people you see on a day in and day out basis, I'd have been like,
yeah.
Are you new?
So this was the senior prank they did. So they obviously got caught. They knew they were going to get caught.
Right.
Well, now, according to the AL.com, of course
they
did.
expected to walk in.
They probably thought they were going to go first period.
First period and get sent.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I better get back to your school.
Turns into skip day at that point.
They towed cars. According to AL.com, they towed cars. They suspended kids. They kicked kids off athletics teams. They banned kids from going to the prom. And according to AL.com, took away scholarships.
Are you kidding me?
It's hard to believe any of that.
I mean, AL.com is a legitimate.
Yeah, I would almost like get together if you're the what's the Parents Association called?
The
PTA?
the parents are they're going to push, and the board's going to have to, because these guys are elected, these guys and gals are elected on the school board. They'll have to double back on this and come.
Because I'd boycott the school.
Yeah, that's the way it should happen. I mean, the parents are going to say, "Come on, man, look."
Even if one of my kids wasn't involved in this, I would still boycott the school.
Like if Anna Kate, if my oldest daughter, who's going to be a senior next year, if she came home and said, "Hey, just a heads up, we're planning this tomorrow," as a parent, I would have said, "That's pretty creative by you guys. Have fun, be careful." Would you have as a parent if Harper had told you she was going to do that? Jimmy Rule follower. You're Jimmy Rules.
I really am not, but I would not have.
I shaved my legs.
I would not have had a problem.
I'm a pioneer.
I would not have had a problem with this. But, we live in a day and age where people have problems with everything.
Of course they do.
You were questioning resurrection roles.
I was not questioning resurrection
I agree
roles.
with Brown. I would have said very creative.
Yeah, very creative. Be careful. Have fun. And I would have told my daughter, hey, when they tell you go back to your school, go back to your school.
There will be an update on this story within days.
Yeah, they'll back off of this.
Because I'd love to see pranks, your high school pranks that you did your senior year. We had a senior skip day. We painted a road.
We didn't get to do anything.
Really? I've seen people paint, how dangerous is it to crawl up? It sounds like a country song, but to crawl up on one of those water towers and paint class of whatever up there. You've seen that in a country town before, class of 1991 or whatever.
I had friends that used to swim inside the water towers.
Yeah, how dangerous is it to climb up there and get up there?
I thought y'all had pools. That seems like a Dunaway move.
Well, I think it was the adventure of it.
Indoor pool. Hell yeah, we got one.
And a hell of an echo.
That was adventure swimming.
So we'd love to see what your senior pranks were over in the chat room, or you can also tweet us at nextroundlive.com. Join the conversation, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Before LT tells us about Precision Sports, here's what's coming up next on the next round. We will talk about a report, and it's about a rumor, but it's a report that could involve the Big Ten going all the way to the Pacific. That's coming up after LT tells you about Precision.
From pediatrics to geriatrics, injuries started to pile up in the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them precisionsportsortho.com.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Some of you are heading over to Tuscaloosa for Alabama's A-Day this weekend. Maybe you're going to a USFL game. However you're doing it, you can win your tailgate all the time with our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, fresh to order. Right there, you can dine in or use their call-ahead drive-thru. Order online at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience Southern staples like chicken on a stick, Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. They're the best I've ever tasted. Po' boys tenders, full fried chicken plates, all the great Southern sides there, and a lot more. Your home for Blues, Brews, and Bird is Champy's Chicken, open now for lunch on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Stop by and say hi to Sterling and the crew there. 1 hour from now, we'll talk to Alabama coach Nick Saban here on the show. He's scheduled to be with us at 12 noon to talk about the A-Day game coming up this weekend and where spring football has rolled. An interesting story with Ralph Russo and the Associated Press with coach Nick Saban on the NIL and the sustainability of that is your top read right now at nextroundlive.com. Let's do our headlines and hear from a couple of folks involved in college football. The headlines today brought to you by our friends at Creekside Barbecue, getting you ready for lunch there as well.
Yeah, if you're trying to decide a great lunch or dinner today, tonight, this weekend, you need to stop by Creekside Barbecue. You've heard us here on the Next Round talk about it. It is an incredible place. They're centered around great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken. They've got the North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There is something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue just off of I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. For more information, stop by, see them, tell them the Next Round sent you, or check out the menu today. Go to creekside-bbq.com.
Florida spring game is tonight, 6:30 down in Gainesville. That will be part of the SEC Network ESPN Plus coverage there if you'd like to watch that. Jalen Moody talking about how at Alabama, the attitudes they have towards the transfer portal. It is a big debate in locker rooms across college football. Here's Jalen Moody yesterday talking about the Crimson Tide's approach.
Just in the 4 or 5 years you've been here, how have you seen attitudes towards the portal change over time, just in players now being able to kind of test their options, but just how that's received, too, in the locker room these days?
I mean, having this new process, being able to be in the portal and everything, that has been different for everybody, also myself. But, a lot of guys being here now, I see a lot of guys, they want to be here, and Alabama is a special place, It does a lot of things to people to put you in a position where you want to be, especially getting to the next level, So, I see a lot of guys trying to use it to better themselves, and, it could be, I want to say good or bad, but, that's just what I have on it.
You do see, even at Alabama, a place where the numbers are ticking up a little bit when it comes to the portal. But at Georgia, they lost 2 5-star linemen the other day, and one of them ends up going to Florida State. Big pickup down there for Mike Norvell. Amarius Mims, 5-star lineman who left Georgia. Cristobal thought he was going to get him at Miami. Ends up being Norvell to Florida State, and people are calling him maybe the best pickup Norvell's had at Florida State since he's been the head coach. That's a portal guy, 5-star guy, leaving the national champions to hit the portal.
Excuse me. It used to be quarterbacks because only one can be on the field at the same time, but it almost feels like now with the portal, if I'm a left tackle and I go in and I don't win the job right away, I'm ready to go, There's no waiting one more year to try to get on the field. I'm just going to go somewhere else.
Yeah, I know it's a headache for players, coaches, but for us as fans, I think it's exciting because you never know what it really holds.
I can get good quick.
My example, is Russell Wilson's probably the best transfer guy we've ever seen, going from NC State to Wisconsin. I don't know. You guys might have a better better example of a guy that actually was playing.
Jake Coker won a national championship, Florida State to Alabama.
Cam Newton wasn't playing at Florida.
Yeah.
But, guys like Kenneth Walker this year and Jamison Williams, there will be multiple guys next year that we just don't even know the names yet.
Yeah. Jahmyr Gibbs, maybe that guy this year. Eli Ricks coming to Alabama. So they've lost a few, brought in a few. We'll see what happens in the portal. Do think it's interesting where we're moving in college football. Shane Beamer, a guy who got some votes here on the show for being Coach of the Year last year in the SEC, on what he considers to be a successful spring at South Carolina. They, too, do their spring game coming up on Saturday. So how does Shane Beamer frame it as a successful spring?
What exactly would you take away as a successful spring game?
If you have a huge day on offense and the narrative is the offense and what's wrong with the defense, and if the offense doesn't score, it's what a great defense we got and what's wrong with the offense. So to me, you'd love to see both sides, have some success. I'm a guy, I've worked for a previous head coach where going into the spring game, he was gonna take our best pass rusher off the field, so the defense only had 10 players, so his offense could score some points in the spring game. I won't say any names, but I'm not to the point of that where I want the offense to have so much success where I make the defense play with 10. But I do want to see both sides certainly have some success and feel confident that we will.
Was that Lincoln Riley? Was it Steve Spurrier? Who is he talking about?
Bob's, did he work for Stoops?
Oh. I thought he worked with Lincoln.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a good question.
Steve Spurrier.
Most likely guy he's worked for that he would.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been Fulmer in the early 2000s. Mississippi State from 04 to 06. Who was the guy there?
That was Sly Kroom at the end, wasn't it? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, it was either Spurrier or Lincoln Riley.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be Spurrier or Riley there.
So you didn't have to say names. It's one of those two.
Yeah, it's one of those two there. I thought that was an interesting comment there from Beamer. All right. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at NASCAR. We're going to give away another pair of tickets later on. Go to nextroundlive.com. We'll show you how to do that. Oh, we're doing the birthday, right?
We're doing the birthday thing at Next Round Live. Wish Marty Smith. Tag him on Twitter. We're going to do a second round of this, and Marty is going to be super confused when he opens his Twitter today. He's like, why are they wishing me a happy birthday, Laney? Is that a good Marty?
It's not a bad one.
So he's going to wonder because his birthday's actually tomorrow. But Dunaway, Jimmy notification, got the notification today that Marty Smith's birthday is tomorrow. So we're wishing him a happy birthday on Twitter at Next Round Live. Tag that and tag Marty. We'll pick from that and we'll give away your chance to win a set of tickets for the race weekend, including the Sunday Geico 500 at Talladega Superspeedway. If you want to buy them, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That is 877-GO, the number 2, GO-TO-DEGA. But right now, go on Twitter, at Next Round Live, at Marty Smith ESPN. Wish the Marty Party a happy birthday a day early.
All right. Keep your senior pranks rolling in. We've got some good ones we'll give you right before trash. But Brown saw a story, and some of you have already talked about it in the chat room earlier today, that could have one conference expanding out west again. Remember, there was a time back in the day where the Pac-12, Pac-10 then, was going to come and scoop up Texas and Oklahoma and all of those and move the Midwest out to the west. Now the Pac-12 is going to have to defend its turf a little bit if this report ends up being true.
So FQ Ducks, which is fifth quarter, I can't remember. That's one of those that's under another umbrella like USA Today or something like that. I can't remember the umbrella they're under.
Are they SB Nation?
Maybe so.
Okay.
But FQ Ducks, under that umbrella, tweeted, and again, we're being upfront about this. This is just rumors. This is not them reporting anything. Some rumors about USC and Oregon to the Big Ten stirring up again. If the state government would let Oregon leave the Beavers, they'd be willing to go. For the USC side, Bone has said, that's the AD, all options are on the table. Now, I don't know when he said that. I don't know if that was a recent quote, an old quote, or even an accurate quote. But it's the quote they used. Again, it's just rumors, and they say it's just rumors. They're not reporting there. But it's an interesting rumor. if the Big Ten wanted to, for whatever reason, expand west, I guess academically, Oregon and USC fit into what the Big Ten likes academically.
Well, it's hard to me, LT, to ever imagine USC and UCLA not being in the same leagues.
Oregon State you could get past.
Yeah, Oregon State I get past. I even get past Oklahoma State, but that's pushing it for me. Texas and Texas A&M split up, but they're about to be reunited. It's hard to imagine USC does anything without UCLA, in my opinion.
Well, it's all about money now. And UCLA, USC is becoming kind of irrelevant until they hired Lincoln Riley. UCLA really is irrelevant when we're just talking about football. How powerful is Lincoln Riley? I mean, if Lincoln Riley gets on campus, wins a Pac-12 this year, and then within 2 or 3 years wins a national championship, and he wants to go to the Big Ten, but if Nick Saban wanted to take Alabama to the Big Ten, they probably would listen, right?
No, they wouldn't. No.
I mean, this is one of those discussions. Well, let's ask him. Let's ask him in New Rockstar.
I don't know. 5 years ago they would have. Now maybe where he is now.
I mean, there's too much power in the SEC.
Okay, well, the
There's
SEC
power before Nick
might
Saban and after
be
Nick
a
Saban.
bad example, but the Pac-12 is really irrelevant.
Well, if you're not the Big Ten and you're not the SEC, your future is going to be in
It's
doubt. It's going to be in doubt. Yeah.
And so I do think that, look, and USC is a great school when it comes to the academics. I think Oregon is better than advertised when it comes to the academics. Oregon is more of a weird fit than USC to me.
Yeah, it is. I mean, if you had given me this story, Brown, and said USC, UCLA were being targeted by the Big Ten, I'd have been absolutely understand it.
Get the LA market.
You bring in the LA market. You tie you to the West Coast. You're increasing your footprint. We're heading towards the Super League, and it's going to be the Big Ten and the SEC, and everyone else is going to filter into that or filter out. That would be the conversation.
But if you're rating the Pac-12 right now, and I tell you, hey, we want 2 programs and we want the 2 best football programs in that conference, there really isn't much of an argument, is there?
No.
I mean, not that USC has done much over the last decade, but they're. I mean, if I'm taking the 2 best football programs from the Pac-12, which is what this is all about in expansion, which ones are you taking?
Yeah. Now, academically, Stanford would make sense.
It
right?
would.
I think Pac-12's got a lot of good academics.
They do.
But when it comes to brand, though, nothing's better than USC.
Yeah, USC is the alpha, and Oregon has become the second best brand out there. I don't think there's much of an argument. I can't think of another one that's even close. I mean, Utah is maybe a better team right now, but the Utah brand is nothing close to the Oregon brand.
If this were to happen, which I find it hard to believe that it ever will happen, but if it did happen, and we went to this Super League and there was a Big Ten and an SEC and nothing else in major college football, you would debate on who got the bigger brand, the SEC with Texas and Oklahoma or the Big Ten with USC.
Well, keep in mind now, you say this will never happen, and you didn't think there'd be a day where Texas and Oklahoma are in the SEC either, and that's about to happen.
Hadn't happened yet.
It's going to.
Still makes more sense.
I would agree, but you didn't think it was going to happen.
No, never thought it would happen.
I mean, the Big Ten took on a really bad athletics program just to quote unquote get in the New York market.
Right.
This would be the Rutgers. This would be legitimately getting into the LA market. I mean, USC, Lance, you lived out there for a little bit. You always say it's a Lakers town. And then the Dodgers. And then the Rams, then the Kings. And then USC. I mean, they're like 5th in that market? What are they?
Yeah, probably.
Probably 5th. But that's a lot of people in that market to be 5th. Rutgers, I don't know where they are in the New York market.
Yeah. But when you talk brands in the Big Ten, if we're heading towards this, I mean, do you guys think we're really heading towards a 50-team, 60-team, 70-team Super League?
Yeah, I've always. I don't know if it's a Super League, but it's going to be split up into divisions.
But if you get to 70, then you've got all the Power Fives and
Notre
a couple
Dame,
of more
BYU,
trickling
whoever,
along.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Now I think that's where we're going. What are the conferences going to look like, or divisions, or whatever you call it in there? I don't know. I mean, could they be bigger and make more sense? The SEC certainly thought so, right? They went out and got Texas and Oklahoma. So what stops the Big Ten from, I mean, if you scan, all right, just be the Big Ten for a moment. Be Kevin Warren and Big Ten presidents. And your marching orders are, hey, we need to grow a little bit. We need to grow our TV footprint to keep up with the SEC. So that means we're going to have to add teams. Where would you go?
Well, Royal Payne says if we are heading to a Super League, the Big Ten could become virtually the AFC and the SEC could become virtually the NFC, if that's where we're headed. And the Big Ten would cherry pick the Pac-12 and the SEC would cherry pick the ACC, And that's what you're going to have because the Big 12's already been cherry picked.
Yeah, but to my point, where else would you go? I mean, if you're the Big Ten and your marching
you'd go
orders,
west.
you try to get Notre Dame, and Notre Dame would probably tell you no, as they've told everyone no.
If I was the Big Ten, I would go North Carolina, Duke, because that is a bigger market than you think it is. Raleigh, Durham.
It is, but this is also about football, and that brings you nothing in football.
Notre Dame and USC. Those would be the four I would go after.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd try to pair up Notre Dame and USC because that's such a good rivalry, but you're probably going to get a hard no from Notre Dame because that's what they've always been.
If this is where we're heading, no, it won't be a hard no. At some point, Notre Dame will be part of whatever.
If they just kicked Rutgers out and brought Notre Dame in.
Yeah, I think 100% they would like to kick Rutgers out because I don't think that whole New York thing, they've played their tournament up there in Brooklyn, or is that the ACC that plays in Brooklyn? But anyway.
ACC.
That hasn't done for them what they wanted it to do. Like I read an article once on how difficult it is to get the Big Ten Network in New York. And that was what they were hoping is that by adding Rutgers, it would add the Big Ten Network in New York, and it hasn't panned out that way.
Yeah, there are several markets and teams like Houston that's going to the Big 12. I mean, that's a big TV market. If you're really worried about TV, is Houston going to be left out of this? I don't think so. I think Houston will be absorbed by somebody, whatever it ends up being. Listen, if we just end up taking a 70-team Super League, I mean, I think Power 5 is 68 teams now, and then throw in Notre Dame gets you to 69. I think that's where we are, somewhere around that number there. So virtually all we're doing, if we're doing this quote-unquote Super League, which is the name we're sticking with for some reason, if we go Super League, then basically we're just talking about the difference between Power 5 and G5 right now.
Yeah, but do you know how much, Lance, you're a USC fan, how much more exciting their schedule will be in the Big Ten than the Pac-12?
Oh.
Especially if they were.
I just wonder when you play those games.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, would it though?
Oh, it would.
I think it would be.
They're playing Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Michigan State.
Yeah, chances are, though, they're not going to play all those every year.
Even Iowa and Wisconsin excite me more than anything outside of Oregon.
Give me a USC game you get excited for right now in the conference. What's one where you're like, I got to watch
Utah
this game?
and Oregon are the only ones that I get excited about.
That's this year, but there's been different
I'm talking
ones
about
in
the
the
last few years.
Okay, you were never excited for a USC-Washington game back in the day? Heck yeah, you were.
Which one?
There used to be.
It's been a while.
When Washington was good, that was a great game. USC-UCLA has been great games in the past.
Well, that's a rivalry game.
Must-see television, USC-UCLA.
But USC-Colorado does absolutely nothing.
nothing.
But USC-Arizona does nothing.
USC-Arizona State has been great rivalry games in the past. I mean, we've seen USC go on the road at Oregon State to Corvallis and get upset.
Much rather see it play a Big Ten.
Yeah, there's just a lot more traditional teams in the Big Ten.
Yeah, much better.
But again, if you're not playing Ohio State,
with that said, I want
Michigan.
I want USC to stay in the Pac-12.
Yeah,
of course you do, because you'd like to win a conference every now and then.
I think USC fans want USC to stay in the Pac-12.
Nick says, happy birthday, Marty Smith, from the Next Round Live folks there. Appreciate them rolling in there. Scott does the same. Keep those birthday wishes going to Marty at nextroundlive.com. It may pay off for a special weekend over at Talladega for you a little bit later on. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Bud Light Next. We had some guests up here yesterday who for the first time sampled Bud Light Next, 0 carbs, 80 calories. What was their response?
Oh, they loved it.
Loved it. Said, oh, man, this is really good. Crisp taste, 0 carbs, 80 calories. They're in the fitness game, so 0 carbs, 80 calories blew their mind with a 4% ABV right there. A beautiful taste. You'll see it at the pools. You'll see it at the lake, on the golf courses, at the beach this spring and summer. Jump into what's next for beer wherever you buy your beer with our friends at Bud Light Next. When we come back, we've got trash and a couple of pranks that you guys did in high school that you've sent to us. That is all next on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
With you on the Next Round, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka. Redmond Distilling, the official vodka of the 2022 World Games and also of the Next Round here. Brown will give you a couple of these pranks in just a second after we jump into this.
Locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmond Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. Vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. It is 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Also, don't forget about your new favorite Simple Classic Gin. Vulcan Gin, also gluten-free, 8 times distilled. I think now available in 16 states around the nation.
Bobby first says, when was USC UCLA ever must-see television? I would say much like Alabama and Auburn. I remember UCLA upsetting USC, knocking them out of a national championship. That was must-see that day as well.
When was that?
It was the year
2006.
2007.
Yeah, maybe 2007.
The two-loss year that Pete Carroll's team was on its way to another national championship.
It's been a good 15 years, though.
So
I can't remember the last time both were relevant, though.
You have a lot of that in the Alabama-Auburn series.
Yeah, but you also have a lot where they are relevant. I mean, 2010, 2013, 2018.
UCLA's been off the beaten path for a long, long time. Senior pranks when it comes to those that have been sent in here on Twitter at Next Round Live, something we were talking about earlier, off of the story from Jemison in Chilton County High School.
Yeah, we got a lot of it's all mixed in with deviled egg talk, resurrection roll talk, and senior pranks. That's what the entire chat room is right now.
Well, Jeff says we put live farm animals in the school enclosed courtyard at the old Enterprise High School, class of 1990.
Brett was busted filling water balloons in the bathroom in sixth period by his principal. Can you imagine the principal walking in? You got all those water balloons ready to go?
Ethan said, okay, go ahead.
He said, I had over 50 done. They did water tower painting the night before graduation.
Bart says at Tallahassee High School, we painted Thurlow Dam. Ethan, there may have been an inflatable sex doll or two filled with helium let loose at Hewitt Trustful back in the day.
Jeremy says, our senior prank, one of our teachers drove a Mazda Miata. The basketball team picked it up and stuck it nose to tail between two trees.
That's ass right there.
It's fantastic.
Wow, that is a good basketball team.
Jack says, my wife and a friend put about a gallon of dish detergent in the fountain at the cemetery. Oh, the cemetery?
Jeez. It's a little
He
morbid.
said Shelby County reporter reported on it.
Thank you to the USFL. Logoed cookies have been dropped off here, getting ready for the USFL. This is the USFL logo. And stay with me here, Forrester. Here's a stallion-looking cookie here, if I don't break it.
That's a stallion-looking cookie.
A big stallion. Look at that. So we got the logos of every team.
Where's your Tampa Bay?
Right here. It's a good-looking cookie. It's a good-looking cookie. Look at that.
I think you need to eat it.
I'm going to see how a Houston Gambler tastes.
Are you going to open those up?
Oh, heck yeah.
Give me a General, because I got money on them this week.
Yeah, here's the Generals right here, the logo.
Well, they do not want you getting in these things.
Oops.
Slippery.
Son of a guy. Which team did you just bring? Oh,
Generals.
Wow.
The ape over there opening his. Hey, what's up, Brown?
I'm telling you, you guys, that was a collector's item until right then. Pittsburgh Maulers. I can't say it.
That's a good cookie.
Oh, it is.
Need a little milk, but
Sweet
no, I mean, go with milk. It's
Thanks
good.
to Sweet Ease. Baked special just for us.
All right, so there's the USFL cookies. Getting ready for the opening weekend there. Oh, good looking one here, the Stars. I like this color scheme too as well.
Yeah, you want
the old Philadelphia Stars. I'm going to pass on the
Houston
old
Gamblers are pretty good, man.
the cookie here. I'm going to save as many as I can to sell in 20 years on eBay.
Just
and
like
see what we
the
get.
Coach Bryant Coke bottle.
That's right.
The SFL cookies.
All
Who's
right.
our big rival?
It is time for trash right now. They are doing home and even though all the games are in Birmingham, I see next week Birmingham is at somewhere. And I'm
We're on the road already?
Yeah, but we're playing in Birmingham.
Road trip.
Trash time. Hit it, Rockstar.
Hey, boys. So you got USFL football coming to town this weekend, huh? You excited about that?
Yeah.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
We got good cookies.
USFL proud sponsor here on the next round.
I mean, I didn't know how to answer it because
I can tell.
There's a chance you'll be there Saturday night.
Yeah, that chance exists.
Yeah. Hey, everyone wants to be someone's first choice, and Mortgage Right can help you be number one in the eyes of home sellers across the nation by getting you pre-approved faster than other home buyers. Getting pre-approved in today's competitive market is a game changer, and Mortgage Right is the perfect lender to help you land your dream home. With their upfront underwriting program, you can understand your budget, minimize home buying setbacks, and shop with certainty when you have an underwriter stamp of approval backing you. Be better than the competition. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. How about this headline? Loch Ness Monster could be whale's penis. claims professor and bizarre theory.
Only one way to find out, right?
So, there's pictures to prove his theory and what he's doing, and I've got a picture just like, because when you close your eyes, you think of that one, it looks like a brontosaurus coming out of the water. Real
that is
shadowy.
correct, yes.
So this guy provided...
What we call the back pedal.
Yeah, so is he backstroking? Oh, my.
So,
they think that... All right, now, real quick. Just hang on real quick. So some people are saying that's the Loch Ness Monster, and this professor is saying it's a whale genitalia.
No. He's giving you an example of what the whale, this is what it looks like. So
is that an actual whale?
Yes, this is what they could actually be seeing.
My
I never knew whales had penises.
Yeah.
Nor did I, Jim.
Bringing the heat.
Yeah.
That female,
let the sun hit it right.
I'm swimming fast,
female
man.
whale swims as fast as she can.
Sadly, the Trailblazers probably drafted him in the first round and never got to play a lot for him.
I know who you're talking about. Michael Sweet, who was professor of the molecular ecology at the University of Derby, has just insisted that the myth stems from what travelers and explorers drew decades ago. He claims that the drawings of the tentacled and alien-esque creatures could simply be a whale's penis during mating sessions. Now, writing on Twitter, Professor Sweet said, quote, "Back in the day, travelers and explorers would draw what they saw. This is where many sea monster stories came from. Giving belief to something more sinister lurking beneath. However, in many cases, it's just whale junk. Whales often mate in groups, so while one male is busy with the female, the other male just props his junk out of the water while swimming around waiting his turn.
Hold on,
Everyone's got to have a bit of fun, right?
Props it out of the water while swimming around waiting his turn.
I'm going to get some sun. You go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, that needs 100 block right there. One female whale is typically paired with a primary escort, a male, and a group of males will try to fight for their right to overthrow the escort and earn mating rights. Competition pod can be a handful of whales or a larger group of 12 to 15 of those things.
How'd you get Martha? I breached.
I'm going to get some sun. You go ahead.
I saw that movie, Orca Does South Padre.
Right.
Did you ever see the movie Orca?
I did not.
I've seen Free Willy.
Be Real, according to its website, is a new and unique way to discover who your friends really are in their daily life. It officially launched in December of 2019, but only has exploded in growth in recent months. Now, it works like this. Every day at a different time, users get a push notification from the app. They have exactly 2 minutes to open Be Real and snap a picture of what they're doing. Now, the app activates both the front and back cameras on a user's phone, so actually the person takes two photos, which can be uploaded simultaneously. The daily post itself, unfortunately, called a Be Real. Now, you may scroll through the Be Reals posted by your friends to see their largely mundane activities, which makes this a much different experience from scrolling through Instagram, where users have a tendency to upload the very best pictures of themselves at the coolest moments in their lives. Now, in addition to its tricky 2-minute allowance for post, there are three major features, or lack thereof, to be aware of. The first is the Be Real does not give you any photo editing capabilities whatsoever. You use your camera, cannot access VR filters, and cannot spice the post up in any way before or after you publish it.
But if I could take a picture, like if I'm at the Eiffel Tower,
right,
and
random,
it's hard to get a picture of me in the Eiffel Tower if I'm by myself in a good shot. If I can take a great picture of the Eiffel Tower, but also show that I'm the one taking the picture, sort of stamps it for me that I didn't just steal that off of Twitter.
No, I get it. Or if you got one next to Bill's junk.
You go ahead, Bill.
Quite the pick. Okay, here are some useful life hacks. If you're in any kind of communal food situation, here's a simple rule. Never eat the first or last of anything you didn't buy.
Yeah, I'm rarely in that situation, but I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I know it does.
Yeah.
I've never heard this. If you've got smelly shoes, if you leave a tea bag in each overnight, the odor will be gone.
Oh, wow.
Get out of town. I didn't know that. Yeah. I do, for my golf shoes, purchase those little round things that you put in there.
The pine things that
No. These are like plastic and they just smell good. I put those in my golf shoes because, you're out playing golf. Those things are bound to stink at some point.
How about this one? If you see a deer crossing the road, assume other deer may immediately follow. Drive with caution. All the time. You see it.
Well, I've always thought that.
Yeah, my buddy David Morris, you guys know David.
Yeah.
He was telling me the
Big
story
truck.
one time going to Big Truck Guy. That's what Dunaway always calls him. he was going down 119, and he said the deer were in heat, and he came across a doe that was down, and he saw a buck standing on the sideline scanning. I mean, you know what the buck's looking at right there in heat, right? And he's like, something told me to turn around. And he goes, I turned around and go back. Sure enough, that buck has made it out there in the street. He's like, you're going to get killed.
Yeah.
I was like, David, it's killed many a man.
It has. Undefeated.
Yep. Bobby
says, how many times have you guys used the term dork, which is a whale penis, and didn't know whales had penises?
That is 100% of the time there, Bobby.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that.
Hey, so these next two useful life hacks really good. When apartment/house hunting, check your phone signal.
Yeah, my last apartment had a terrible phone signal.
Yeah, you don't want to live somewhere with bad phone signal.
My last house, we had a terrible connection.
So weird. You're just in a normal place, but you could not use the cell phone at your house.
Bad cell connection. Was not a fantastic internet connection.
No, it was not.
I mean, it really does feel like I moved from 1987 to 2022.
Jim lived in the wilderness.
To prove it.
And I have the hat to prove it.
How about this one?
For the old house.
When composing a professional email, do not put the recipient's email address until you have typed the entire email.
Just to be safe.
Yeah, I think that's smart.
Yep.
And then finally, the final useful life hack: when an elderly person can't hear you, speak deeper, not louder.
Oh.
Don't want to yell.
There's a train coming.
It's the combination of therapy and diagnosis.
Theranos.
So Eggo has released new grab-and-go Lego-style waffles. It's the first ever Eggo waffle that doesn't require a toaster for added convenience.
Eggo Lego.
I don't know, man.
Now, inspired by Belgian Liege waffles, egg grab-and-go Liege-style waffles feature a waffle made with a brioche dough embedded throughout with crunchy pearl sugar. They're made with butter and contain no artificial colors or flavors. At launch, the new waffle comes in two flavors: buttery maple and blueberry and strawberry that you see there. Individually wrapped, can be eaten at room temperature, or they can actually be heated in a toaster.
This is an example of when somebody's got something good and they just try to get too fancy. It's too fancy for Eggo. I want my Eggo just to be the normal waffle that's cheap.
It's still got ice on it when you pull it out of the bag.
Ice on it when I pull it out. Put it in the toaster. I love it.
And it's wet when you're heated.
Okay, but you still have that. They're not getting away from that.
I know, but
this is just you throw this in your bag, and by the time you get to work, you just open that up and you can have a nice little Lego.
I would like to taste it. I would like because I think a good Eggo when you put the Mrs. Butterworth on it and really syrup it down, it's good.
You would have said the same thing about the Uncrustables, which are fantastic.
They are fantastic.
They're really good.
But here's what I'm saying, Jim, is I think sometimes these corporations lose their North Star.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, we're tired of being the just basic waffle you throw in the toaster. Let's get fancy.
Yeah, let go of my Eggo. We're tired of that. Let's do
we're
something.
Tired of that. Let's get fancy.
Let's put a French word on there.
Yeah.
I burned.
They'll love it.
I cooked dinner last night for us and burned the steaks, the ribeyes. Because Maggie wanted me to try a recipe. So I'm using the recipe and cooking it in a black skillet on the stove, which I never usually do. So you know how I covered up that
you were doing your steaks in a black skillet? Yeah. The reverse sear, or were you doing the...
Yep. That's exactly what I
had the conversation go once they were burned.
Well, she said, you may want to open the door before the fire alarm goes off, which I had to do. You know how I covered it up?
Yeah.
Butter. Lots of butter. Melted butter.
When you put it on the grill?
There was no grill. I didn't do reverse. I did it all in the frying pan.
You were just searing them in the frying pan. I do not like steak that way.
Amateur, this guy.
No.
If you cut a good fillet in half and sear it on both sides, and it's really rare plus, it's really good.
Well,
it's tough to do.
They say searing locks in the juices,
right?
And a lot of people say it's a bunch of bunk. There's actually a big argument in the grilling world about that, whether or not the searing actually makes a big difference.
So will you be using the Maggie recipe again?
I will not. It had thyme and rosemary in it as well, which those pop out to me like
British.
Too much thyme, too much rosemary.
Do you?
I literally had too much thyme on my hands.
Yes, I do.
I think it's really difficult to name a kid. I think names. I've always
done
said
it
this.
twice.
Yeah.
Names are really difficult to come up with.
I was pretty happy with one of ours.
There is.
Oh my God.
I mean, the names.
Let me guess the one you picked.
The names.
Wait. So, did you pick a name and Maggie picked a name?
No. I didn't
Maggie
pick.
wanted to name it Benedict.
I didn't
very
pick,
British.
I didn't pick any of them except for Carter, and I'm not in love with that name. It's a tough name.
I didn't pick any of them except for Carter.
Yeah.
So you like the Harper name now, and you don't like the Carter.
You didn't like
name.
Harper because it's Harper Lee.
Yeah, Catherine Harper, and it was after Harper Lee, and Catherine is Maggie's mom.
You didn't like that book?
William Carter. William was after Maggie's dad. Carter was my grandparents who raised me, that was their last name, Carter.
So where does Jane fit in?
She's Catherine Jane. Yeah.
Okay.
So Carter, I don't know if he likes his name or not. Harper is a cool name. I like when I hear other kids.
Well, now Carter knows
Harper.
you don't like his name.
Did you not like To Kill a Mockingbird?
It was good.
I wanted more.
Well, the Mockingbird just got away.
Great book.
It is a great book.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, because you said you didn't like it because it was Harper Lee. I'm just saying, what was it about Harper Lee that you didn't like?
No, I like that name.
Oh.
I like that name. It was Carter, the one I.
I
is the name
misunderstood.
is the name I
My
struggle
apologies,
with. Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
The one I actually came up with is the one I struggle most with.
We did conclude, though, that Harper Lee is a one-hit wonder.
Yeah, that's a good hit, though.
All right, but I'm telling you,
was a big
sometimes it's a lot to be said for going out on top.
Yeah.
Which she did.
Okay,
Hey,
so
by the way, love both my kids. Just not excited
okay.
about one of their names. Love the people.
Clear that one up.
expectant parents are paying upwards of $1,500 to a professional baby namer who picks the perfect moniker for their child. Taylor Humphrey, 33, helped name more than 100 babies in 2020, taking in more than $150,000.
Wow. Taylor looks like she's wearing a kimono in that deal.
Looks like she's uncomfortable, too.
She's got to get kissy lips.
Yeah. She's got some drapes in that house,
Now,
too.
some panicked parents are even turning over an eye-popping $10,000 that Humphrey can help them settle on a name for their offspring.
I think you're overthinking
Come on,
this.
Now,
yes.
Humphrey told the New Yorker in a profile published on Monday, quote, "If you look at the most popular baby names, it's such a telltale sign of our cultural values and of our aspirations." Now, the New York businesswoman, who does not have any kids, bills herself as a passionate writer and storyteller who is adept at branding, marketing, and social media.
You know, if I'm going to name a child who I'm going to go pay, it's somebody that has no kids.
Here's her top.
She's adept in marketing.
You've
though.
never done this. Let me give you 10 grand.
Her top picks are Grady, Wilson, Waylon, and Fletcher.
Waylon? Like Waylon Jennings?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Trying to love two women. Nope. Wrong song. She's a good-hearted woman. That's Waylon.
Have you ever noticed Dunaway does that? Sometimes he'll growl the song. Trying to love two women.
I
can't open my drawer.
I'm a blast at karaoke. I'll get all balled up inside. Whiskey Benton Hellbound. That is Trash Today, brought to you by.
Hey, we all need a little help sometimes, and our friends at Mortgage Right are ready to lend you a hand. Mortgage Right's down payment assistance program gives you the option to purchase a new home without coming out of pocket for a down payment. Their team of mortgage experts always ready to offer their time, tips, and tools to help move you in with confidence and no money down. Take advantage of this home buying benefit. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today.
Does it make you mad if you play really well at the RBC Heritage the week after the Masters?
No, because you get a pretty big check for doing it.
Yeah, Stuart Sink won the competition last year. Yeah. $8 million purse they're playing for this week at Hilton Head. I've actually played that course before.
They're all playing well, it looks like.
Yeah, I've played that course. Great course. I love Hilton Head.
Yeah, they're all scoring well, compared to last week. When we come back, we continue the football conversation, and Nick Saban joins us at the top of the hour right here on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Okay, Birmingham, the USFL is here. Are you ready to become the pro football capital of America? Because on Saturday, April 16th, the only place to be is at Protective Stadium for this once-in-a-lifetime game. When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Jersey Generals. Tickets are just $10 and kids get in free. Come watch history in the making. What a game! Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
This hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster, reminding you that we're 135 days away from week 0 of college football, but we're never too far away from lunch or dinner at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, and they'll cater your parties and your tailgates, and it's great for lunch, open now, dinner tonight as well. And the show being brought to you in part as well by our friends at Bromberg's as we get ready for a big Mother's Day weekend not too far away.
Hey, family owned and operated since 1836, our friends at Bromberg's, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. For more information, brombergs.com.
All right. We'll talk to Nick Saban in about 10 minutes about Alabama's spring. You had a golf story you wanted to tell us.
So there's an interesting participant in this tournament this weekend at the RBC Heritage in Hilton Head. It's a guy named Morgan Hoffman. Are you guys familiar with the story of Morgan Hoffman?
No.
Nope.
All right. Played at Oklahoma State, which is a tradition-rich NCAA program there. Now, before we rail on this guy, the reason he did what he did is he's been diagnosed with muscular dystrophy in 2016. This is his first tournament back on the PGA Tour in 5 years. In hopes of a cure for muscular dystrophy, he left the PGA Tour and for 5 years has lived in the Costa Rican jungle, eating 800 grapes a day and drinking his own urine.
Wow.
And he's back on the PGA Tour this week.
Don't know if I believe that story.
It's a story he told, and it is documented many places, I think originally in the New York Post.
I mean, can you live on your own urine? I know you can for a day or two.
He says he has become a fan of hallucinogens. Did I say that right? Hallucinogens. What is, give me an example of a good hallucinogen.
Mushrooms. Yeah.
So he's a fan of the shrooms.
Ayahuasca.
Peyote.
Peyote. So he lived 5 years in the wilderness, disappeared from the PGA Tour, 800 grapes a day, hallucinogens, and drank his own urine. And he's back on tour now.
Not just his own urine. He would do that, and
I don't think you can survive just drinking urine.
He would drink normal water, but also his own urine to.
Right.
I bet there's a fact I know about him.
You think the hallucinogens might have?
Bet he's single.
He died in this story. He
dies.
No.
Okay.
He's playing on the tour this week.
It sounded like you said dies.
In this story, he talks about, picking up women at tour events. Like, I'd have my caddy give a different girl my golf ball with my number on it every round. We'd go out every night. I mean, he talks about the wildlife he used to live on tour, but he has been in the Costa Rican jungle for 5 years now.
I got to be honest.
There's the picture of him.
Yeah, Rockstar. Yeah, Scott's got it up there. I called the roll back there.
His life's a little wilder in the Costa Rican jungle, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. 800 grapes a day. That's probably
the pee is what gets me.
I don't know, man. 800 grapes a day is a lot. I love grapes.
I like a grape too, but boy, it's going to wear out quick.
Yeah.
But we're not filling in the cracks here. I mean, what else is he eating? What else is he drinking?
I don't know.
He's not just eating 800 grapes and drinking his urine. He's eating other stuff.
Apparently some mushrooms.
His feet look rough.
Well, I mean, you walk around in the jungle barefoot all day. How you going to look?
Grocery store feet's what we called them back in out west.
Yeah, but those are ashy. Like he walked over a volcano.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at the Birmingham Legion, Legion FC. They play Friday night on the road at Detroit City. On next Tuesday, they'll play on the Birmingham Southern campus, 7 o'clock in round 3 of the USL Cup against South Georgia. And then they're back at Protective on April the 27th, 7 o'clock against Charleston Battery. You can get your tickets and stay up to date at bhmlegion.com. You can follow them on social media at Legion FC. bhmlegion.com for the tickets. Let's go support the Legion FC. Watch them on the road at Detroit City Friday, and then support them in the USL Cup at Birmingham Southern College next Tuesday, 7 o'clock, bhmlegion.com. As we get towards the top of the hour here, couple other things to tell you about. How about you Braves fans? It's a big birthday. It's Pete Rose's birthday too, 81 years old.
Wow.
But also Greg Maddux, David Justice, and Steve Avery share a birthday. They were teammates from 1993 to 96. What do you think those road trips or home games were like when you had 3 birthday boys in the locker room at the same time? Maddux, Justice, and Steve Avery, all birthdays on the same day today.
I bet that got out of hand, and I bet Dave Justice was the ringleader.
And I bet none of them paid for anything that night.
Not a dime.
Yeah. I mean, that's odd having 3 teammates at the time with the same birthday. That's what you Braves fans experienced back in the day. We'll talk to Nick Saban when we come back. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Johnston RV Center. Nick Saban will join us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And you can see more at JohnstonRVCenter.com. You can see them in person as well. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
We are back. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by Amherst, returns to Barber Motorsports Park April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves and 7-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson, will battle it out at Barber. And Tim Tebow will kick it all off as our Grand Marshal. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at IndyAlabama.com.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie. And I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Iron Bowl. Jordan-Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
I never wanted to be on the wrong end of that button push that Nick Saban just did on our cue camera over there to close the door in his office. It's time to talk Alabama football with the head coach of the Crimson Tide, Nick Saban, who's back on the show with us. Coach, thanks for being back with us. Before we talk Alabama football, A-Day coming up this weekend and all the excitement, much publicized picture of you at Augusta National this past weekend. How much fun was it to watch JT and the golfers try to tackle that day over on the golf course?
Well, it was always a fun day. You know, that's a unique place with great tradition. I know this tournament means a lot to a lot of players. I know what it means to JT to have an opportunity to compete in the major. So just interesting to sort of watch him develop from being a high school player that we were involved in recruiting all the way through his career here, and now he's evolved as a pro player. So don't get many opportunities to see him, so it was really good to see all those guys. It's amazing how they can hit it.
Yeah, it's a course you've played. Do you have a favorite hole on that course as you've played it or watch it?
Oh, they're all great. I enjoy playing it. That's probably my favorite place in the world to play. It's a beautiful course and very, very difficult, very challenging, especially the green structures. Or you got to have great touch, which is not something I'm sort of for.
Hey, as we get a look at your office right now, what's the most interesting thing in there? If there's one conversation piece that you had to point out in your office, what would it be?
Boy, I hadn't really thought about it, but there's a lot of junk in here that away. So if you ask Linda that question, she would probably say, get rid of the junk.
We're getting ready for A-Day over at Bryant-Denny Stadium, an exciting time for Alabama fans to get back on campus, alumni and such. For you, with spring winding down, let's start with quarterback and Bryce Young. He's unknown. We saw what he could do last year as a leader of this football team. Let's talk about some other guys in the quarterback room. What have you seen from them this spring?
I think they've all improved. I think Jalen Milroe has improved. Ty Simpson is a freshman who is, an early enrollee, so he's here for the spring, and he's a bright guy and has, some ability. But, for us offensively, it's been a little bit of a work in progress. I think we had 5 starters back from last year after but 4 guys went out for the draft. But we had 3 of those starters that weren't participating in spring ball due to previous injuries. So we had a lot of young players get a lot of opportunity, and that was a good thing. I think it's going to be great for their development. It was always not ideal situation in terms of getting the kind of execution that you wanted in the spring with having that many inexperienced players involved. But, Bryce did a great job in his leadership, and so has the other quarterbacks, and we're just going to have to, continue to grow and develop as an offensive team.
Alabama coach Nick Saban with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Occasionally on this show, we play video of one of your great defenders, Will Anderson, at the podium, and I love every answer of his because he is so intense and he loves the game of football. Everybody approaches the game differently, Coach, but have you found that Will Anderson approaches the game closer to most coaches than most players do?
Well, I think he's a unique competitor in that, he loves the game. He wants to be the best player that he can be. He's got a lot of pride in his performance. He gives tremendous effort. He sets a great example for the other players on the team from a leadership standpoint on and off the field. So when you have a player that you actually have to sort of talk off the cliff when he doesn't feel like he can go out there and be 100% and really do things the way he wants, I think that's pretty unique in this day and age because he wants to be the best that he can be every day in practice, every day in the game. He does a great job of preparing. He's got great character, as a person. So I can't say enough good things about the guy.
I think people are really interested in your wide receivers this year. And even going back to last year, outside of Mechie, there was a lot of unknowns. And then Jamison Williams arguably was the best wide receiver in college football. When you guys brought in Jamison, did you have any idea he was going to be that good?
We really liked him. We looked at several guys because we felt like we needed to get a wide receiver to complement the players that we had. We liked him the best of anybody. Now, we had just played him, in the national championship game, so we had a little familiarity with him. But then when we watched him throughout the course of the season, we saw a guy playing on special teams. We saw a guy competing with a lot of dog in him, as, people say. We saw great speed, but we didn't see a whole lot of production which was, really the only concern we had. And when we put him in a position where he could compete and could have a lot of production, he certainly responded in a A+ way.
Having Bill O'Brien back with Bryce Young, can you see the camaraderie and the familiarity there sort of helping them progress a little faster this spring when you start a new season?
Yeah, I think the big thing is to have that continuity and not have a change of personality, because we really don't change systems. But I think, Bill has, grown into understanding, college football a little more, throughout the course of the season last year, even more in this off season when we did, quality control on all the things that we had done the previous season. So I think that evolution has been very positive. And I think that that's only going to enhance, Bryce's opportunities to make plays.
Coach Nick Saban is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The Alabama A-Day game is Saturday. You can see it on SEC Network Plus. You can go support Alabama, of course, there at Bryant-Denny Stadium. You visited the transfer portal again with Jahmyr Gibbs, and I know it's just media and it's just people talking, but all that comes out of there, and you've sung his praises as well. What does Jahmyr Gibbs bring to this team?
He's a very good player. He's a good all-around player. He's a good receiver. I think what he does really, really well is, he presses holes, sets up blocks, and, he's got the speed and burst, once he makes a decision about where he's going to go to, get the top speed quickly, which is always a tremendous asset for any skill guy on offense. So he's a very bright guy. He's a hard worker. So he's been, a real positive asset for us in terms of, and he's got a lot of reps because we have two guys that got ACLs last year that, they practiced and did drills this spring, but, they never ever scrimmaged. So he got a lot of opportunities because of our circumstance as well.
Are you guys still playing pickup basketball as a staff? And if so, if you have the first pick, who are you selecting?
Well, we're not playing. That's one of the things when I got my hip replaced a couple of years ago, they said, you really don't want to fall on your backside, because that might. And they said this noontime basketball thing may not be the best thing for you. So I kind of retired, but I have actually thought seriously about, I think it's time to get back to it.
Yeah.
Well, I get it.
I like that. I know your schedule's full every day. What are we keeping you from doing right now? Was it lunch, film study? Well, what were you doing when you walked out of the room and walked right back into the room?
Well, today's a practice day for us, but because we try to practice every other day in the spring, we're able to review the film of the previous practice, Tuesday's practice on Wednesday. So today we can really focus on, what we want to do. And toward the end of the spring, we try to implement some things that we haven't seen from our offense or our offense hasn't seen from our defense. So we do a little opponent study of, what may be some things that we could work on. So that's what we spent most of the morning on. Obviously, there's some organization for A-Day when you split the squad up and things like that. We always have an academic meeting at 11 o'clock on Thursday, so we did that. We've got some recruits visiting practice today, so I'll visit with them, shortly after I get finished here. And then 2 o'clock, the players come in and we start meeting and get ready for our, last practice of the spring.
Well, something, Coach, it's Rockstar. How are you doing? Something I'm sure you'd be pumped about. What if they announced that they're going to do a Coach Saban biopic? And it's not going to be released, but you have all the decisions to make. What's the most difficult decision, casting yourself or casting Miss Terry, and who would you cast?
What's interesting to me about what you guys do here is you ask hypothetical questions.
every time.
I'm trying to get funding.
We try to tell him every time. You don't like them.
There's a hypothetical question that you and me giving an answer to, other than me getting in trouble somewhere along the line, probably with the so I don't want to go there. But anyway.
Oh, man.
Problems that you could ask about without making it something that's hypothetical.
All right, you're gonna be better next time.
Yes.
All right.
Give me a year.
Yeah, Coach.
One more year.
One more year. You'll do it better next time. Coach, thank you for the time as always. We greatly appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
All right, you too. Take care. That is Alabama coach Nick Saban with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Alabama's A-Day is coming up Saturday, Bryant-Denny Stadium, the Golden Flake A-Day game, 2 o'clock Central Time. You can mark today as the day Coach ran out of his patience with Rockstar's questions.
No, he actually grabbed a dart and threw his dart onto a bullseye in his office there, and it was Rockstar's picture there. It was so surprising.
He did the air quotes to Rockstar, too.
Well, he knows it's coming.
You got to know better. You got to be better next time.
I thought it was an interesting question. I think an old, like if you were casting from the past, I think James Conn would be a good Saban.
See, I was going to go with Jimbo Fisher and Bill Belichick to go through the whole, to have him just start naming, that'd be great. Kirby Smart.
Yeah. A lot of people say Al Pacino. There is a time where they've looked alike. I think that is past Pacino.
Well, he's in his 80s now.
Old.
Yeah, it can't be Pacino anymore.
Yeah. Miss Terry, I do not know.
He didn't want to get in trouble.
Yeah, that's where, if you'd have just stuck with him, you had a fighting chance.
I said which would be more difficult, and
Yeah.
who would you cast? He could say, well, Terry would be too difficult. I would cast as.
Yeah.
So.
Because inevitably, I mean, you could ask that about me, and I could give an answer, and I'd get home and be like, "Oh, so you think so and so is good looking?" And I was like, "No, I just thought I think you're good looking. She could play you in the movie."
No, Meg Ryan for Maggie. Meg Ryan.
I got to be honest, Rockstar. Don't let him intimidate you. Next year, it's got to be another hypothetical next
We're
year.
going to Saturday Night Live. You wouldn't answer that. I think I'm trying to think of one question. Oh, the only question he ever really answered was when I said if you found out one of the coaches on your staff was young Nick Saban, would you like him and would he like you?
Interesting.
Well, of course, he's like, well, I don't know if I'd recognize myself. It's like, okay.
He gave us what you guys always do. Yeah. I know. So what you guys always do.
Yeah. The good thing is that Josh Maxson didn't hear about it for the next 120 seconds.
Yeah. As long as it takes Saban to get back to the film
Text
room.
is coming. No more Rockstar.
Yeah.
That one musician guy.
The answer is a no. If it's no more Rockstar, it's no more interviews.
Yeah.
That's the way I feel.
We had the problem where our audio canceled out his wireless his speakerphone. Yeah. So that broke the camaraderie you and him usually have a little bit.
Don't you guys, though, back to a question I asked him, don't you think there would be something really interesting in that office?
I know that desk was full.
Yeah, it's got a lot on there.
A lot of paper. In fact, I would say probably still a portal or two pieces of paper there behind him, filling some holes.
Do you think there's anybody listening or watching us right now that would pay $10,000 just to scour through his desk for 2 hours?
No, I asked yes is the answer to your question.
Or just what's that the show that's where you buy the storage units?
Storage Wars.
Storage Wars. If they just locked all the offices up, and what would they bid for the Saban storage war?
You want to hear what my other question was? You thought that was bad? My other question was, I told Brown this. I said, if you put your 2022 salary on this, but you got to have a walkie-talkie conversation with Coach Orgeron, and you got to dictate at least 80% of it, do you think you can do it?
Oh, I would have loved that question.
Just Coach Orgeron on a walkie-talkie.
Yeah. You know Ed's a good guy.
I hate it that it turned out that way.
I didn't ask you that question.
Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school right now, Montevallo is the place to be. They have not raised the tuition now. They just voted on this for 5 straight years coming out of the pandemic. That's a great price point for tuition and what you get for your money at the University of Montevallo. 14-to-1 student professor ratio there. You cannot beat that. Also, you get 75 majors, a growing list, just a beautiful place to call home for 4 or 5 years. Montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Check them out. Schedule that in-person tour. Brownie.
So, Rockstar, you didn't hear it, but so for those of you who've never been in our studio, which is the vast majority of you, we have a preview screen here that when a guest is about to come on, they're on the screen before you see them. And it was Coach Saban's empty chair, just with the shot you saw of his office with an empty chair. And I asked those two, SEC Network or RollTide.com or whatever, how many people would just watch that all day? Like, you've got a live camera in Saban's office.
Anticipatory shot.
Yeah. And you see everything that's going on. Like, Bill O'Brien comes in.
I told them it would be better program than the SEC Network got.
Well, I'm guessing no audio. You just have the visual.
Yeah, you couldn't have the audio, but you know when he's working, when he's not.
When you see these.
Yeah. Players who come in to get They have to do player evaluations.
What could
coaches
they sell that sponsorship for on that camera?
Him listen to his iPod,
Yeah,
get some
but-
Eagles dancing on.
Yeah, you just see Saban doing the
Take it easy.
If he was like the girl from The Dropout that had to motivate herself before every speech.
On
she'd
that,
start-
that picture of Steve Jobs.
Yeah. All right, that's the Alabama coach A-Day coming up this weekend. Is it free admission this year? Did I see
believe that is correct, Jim. I'll see if I can find information on that.
It was free, and then they started charging a little bit, right?
Yeah, but in the
back to free
Saban
now.
years, and for I think all of the Saban years, there's been a cost per ticket, and I think this year it is. I think we're rolling for free this year, thanks to the great sponsors.
And they are honoring John Mitchell and Wilbur Jackson, two great Alabama players.
Yep.
So
The
two
guys
great
who-
Alabama players that integrated Alabama
That's
football.
right.
Yeah.
The men that integrated Alabama football.
So it should be a big day. I think the weather, I don't know what the weather's going to be Saturday. I haven't looked.
I loved the way you jumped into that, and then you realized I do not know what the
Decided I'll
forecast is.
Dial that one back. Yeah, you may want to consult actual weather people, not me.
All right.
If I'm not playing golf on that day, I'm very unaware of the weather.
All right. For Alabama, though, you mentioned receivers. Kendrick Law and Aaron Anderson are two young receivers that Bryce Young was raving about this week. Just the approach that they brought into camp as young receivers, freshman receivers. So Law and Anderson, two guys that you'll get to see. Keep an eye on coming up this weekend. Part of the show right now being brought to you as well by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. Michelson Laser Vision getting you ready for what's straight ahead here on the show. I'll tell you what's next after LT tells us about Michelson.
So it's been 20 years ago that I went in to see Dr. Mort Michelson. First met him. I didn't realize that I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. I had 2200 vision after getting screened out and finding out that I was a candidate for LASIK. Got the procedure done. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the call that I made. Call 969-8100. Stop procrastinating. Just call. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with that hassle-free consultation. Dr. Mort Michelson and LASIK truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com or call 969-8100.
All right. Over in the chat room and on Twitter, people are asking about, do you think Coach hung around and listened to you guys talk post interview?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Zero shot.
The camera was still up before Brown could say JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Dust.
The door was open and he was back looking
All
at
we
film.
could see was his arse on the way out the door. Rockstar's got a new hat on.
Oh, yeah, I got a new hat on. That's some new TNR gear. This is a new Flex Fit hat.
That's the old Flex Fit hat.
Oh, yeah.
I got the tramp stamp and everything.
Yeah.
Does one size fit all, Rockstar, or is that one a
There's
tad
two
big on you?
sizes. There's small, medium, large, extra large. This is a large, extra large.
Yeah, you may want to go down a size, I think. That's swelling your head up.
Okay. New gear. Golf gear coming.
Nextround.store.
Oh, gear coming.
Nextround.store. Technically, that's a golf hat.
It is. I do
Well,
like
good.
the Flex Fit.
I can wear it today when I'm out.
What brand is that?
This is
Richardson.
Richardson Flex Fit.
New Era?
New Era?
39.
There you go.
New
All right,
Era
big time.
39. New Era 39. That means the world. Looks better like that, Rockstar.
Hey, will you wear the singlet if we sell 1,000 of those today?
If we sell 1,000 of those by end of show tomorrow, I'd wear Flex Fit.
Okay.
I
wear a
tell you what,
singlet.
if we sell 1,000 of those by Monday show at 9 a.m., I will.
We'll get it out. We'll get it on social
All right.
media.
Y'all
All right. So I need 1,000 of the Flex Fit hats.
Got to get it in the store first, but then we're going to do it.
We don't have them in the store yet?
Well, wait till they're in
We
the
can go
store.
back order, can't we?
Old Jimmy jumped the gun.
Hey,
Well, that was me.
That was
That
all
was
the
me.
LT board.
I'm just answering hypothetical questions here, man. Well, when we come back.
That's why you don't do it.
Boy,
You
he
get
would
trouble.
hate to sit on set for 4 hours.
Oh my God!
What, do you like
guys
a
would
4
drive him.
downs?
You guys would drive him crazy.
Next time, let's do 4 downs with Coach Saban.
Oh, he'd shoot me.
First down.
Yeah, just the first hour of the show when you're not making eye contact with him when he's trying to work through the show and you're staring off over into the abyss. He'd
Here we
kill
go. Here we go. Oh, I'm just kidding.
Somebody's compared themselves with Saban, haven't they? I bet he didn't take that test you took online.
I bet he's not a 6 on the anagram. When we come back, Rockstar's got our 4 downs today and a lot more right here on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So if a customer comes in and has something very specific they want, can you guys always meet those needs?
Absolutely. We get customers all the time that are looking for a specific car. They ask us to locate them. We find them. Very transparent on price and our fee. We do whatever it takes to make anything happen.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Nick Saban texted me back and he said, John Travolta. I'm kidding. We're back on the Next Round here. This is the hat that we will have some available, possibly in the next few days at Next Round store. It is the Flex Fit hat, the old Flex Fit. And Reed back in the back in our store area was able to find one that fits my head. Usually you can't find one that I have a unique head size.
You got like an 8, don't you?
It's Jupiter.
It's
We
not
got
an
small,
8.
medium, large, extra large, and freak. Okay, we're going to give you freak.
I got a big old head, too.
No,
I got a
mine's
7 3/8.
Yeah.
I think that's what I am. I'm just saying this kind of stuff usually doesn't fit me.
Yep.
When I order it off of Fanatics, but Reed, smart enough to order in Lunsford, this is a medium. We have a small, medium, large, extra large.
Well, I'm a large, extra large. You wear a medium.
That's one Reed said.
Mine may be too big. Lance, one of the nicest things, brought me a Dolphins hat back from a Miami Dolphins game. And it's a fitted hat. And those, if a hat just doesn't fit right on me, I get a headache.
That's right. If it's too tight.
I can
get headaches too.
Yeah. So those flex fits are really good because of that.
Yeah. I don't like a headache hat either. That's
Was
not
mine
a
a
big
flex
fan.
fit I got you?
No, it was not. But I appreciate it. No, but you know what I had to do? I had to cut a little slit in the back so I can wear it. Well, I wear it.
Just never seen you wear it.
I know you don't.
Only part I ever heard of this story right here is I've never been given a hat.
Oh.
Well, if I ever go to a
Lance.
Bucks game, I'll probably bring you something.
At a Dolphins game. It was a Dolphins hat.
Part of our
Dolphins
show
won,
is
by the way.
brought to you by Lance's Lock every day. Lance'sLock.com. Lance'sLock.com. 2 free picks winners this week in the play-in games. No NBA tonight. He'll send out a game a little bit later on, right?
Yeah, I might give it to you right now. I tell you, man, baseball was a complete disaster yesterday.
Okay, at the Lance Taylor on Twitter, but also Lance'sLock.com. It's brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. Been going on for a long, long time, since 1954. The most trusted name when it comes to plumbing, cooling, and heating. It is our friends at Hemphill, Adam and Chad. Their team's really amazing with anything that is not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, because of a couple of things that they built their business on. They fix it. They fix it right. They fix it right the first time, and they do it at a fair price. I mean, that's a great way to run their business. That's what they do for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. It's Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill.
Okay, I'm going to give you the bad first. So Milwaukee spent the first week of the season on the road. They have their home opener today against St. Louis. 4:14 first pitch, very random.
That's
4:14
random time, yeah.
Central Time. The bad is the Brewers have just 3 home runs, tied for last in the majors. They've been shut out twice. Brandon Woodruff, who was really good last year, ERA-wise, got completely shelled against the Cubs. He's got over a 17 ERA. He's your starter today. But I think he pitches well against the Cardinals. He's going against Adam Wainwright. I like Milwaukee laying a little chalk here at home. First home game of the season. It will be completely packed out for that 4:14 Central start. I like the Brewers at home today.
At 4:14, the Brewers, the play today. You get the Braves going late tonight, 7:10 later than usual. Bally's for the Padres home openers. And you get the Blue Jays and the Yankees again tonight on the Major League Baseball Network. Ongoing right now, but of course not on one of our TVs because Brown's in charge of that. A's and Rays are playing 12:10 on one of the Bally's.
I bet you we don't get it.
You bet we don't?
Yep, but I'm going to try for you.
Bally's, Florida?
Just because you dogged me out.
Yeah, maybe on the MLB Network if you want to check that first. But right now it is time for 4 Downs every day, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. And on Thursdays, Rockstar will throw a few hypotheticals at us like we're a football coach.
4 great locations for you and your family, locally owned and operated. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. Stop in or go online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Who would be the worst possible next James Bond? The worst possible next James Bond.
Queen Latifah.
Now, she's the equalizer.
She's the equalizer.
I know, but
She
you've
has
already
fight
taken
skills.
what was a good character with Denzel,
right?
And we're so all about equality here, we decided to give it to Queen Latifah. And I've never seen 1 minute of it, but I can only imagine Queen Latifah in a tux.
Wait a minute. You don't think a 60-year-old woman's going to be a good equalizer?
Well, at least she's in really good shape, too, right?
She's really not.
I mean, so many people would be not good James Bonds. I mean,
Do you think Chris Rock would be a bad James Bond?
Adam Sandler would be a good one.
You know what's weird is
David Spade.
He
Be a
is
short James Bond.
This guy is an excellent actor, but if you try to do Steve Carell, so many people would see Michael Scott in a tuxedo. I just don't think he can pull it off.
Although he did really good in the morning show as
Steve
that was a
Carell's
serious role.
he's a fantastic actor.
No, he really
but I'm
is.
just saying, in that role, it would almost be like Michael Scott being James Bond. I don't think he can pull it off.
I like him in Space Force. I don't know if you guys ever watch it. It's a
I have never
dumb
seen it.
comedy on Netflix, I believe.
Yeah, Netflix.
Yeah, and he writes it and produces it. But
what about Jonah Hill?
Jonah Hill would be a
It
good
would
one.
be funny, a big
He
guy.
goes from fat to skinny, or not fat to skinnier, fat to skinnier.
Second down.
What is your best cure for a bad day?
Ladybird.
Oh, your dog.
No, really, I'm telling you, man, dogs, unconditional love. It doesn't matter what's going on. She every time I see her at the door, she takes a piss. I mean, it's kind of sad. She's the excited pee.
Yeah.
But she's always just super excited to see me. She wants to go for that walk. So, however bad the day is, she doesn't care.
Little Charlie Brown does not pee when I come home or any of our family, but he pees when visitors come over. He loves a visitor.
None of my dogs pee, but they bark constantly when anybody comes around. Outside the door.
Because they're not used to people being there.
They don't get excited. They don't get excited when I come home. They don't know who I am. Who is this stranger?
Do you have, like Doc Brown had that automatic feeder? Do you have one of those?
And it gets jammed, and I come back, and I got two skeletons at the house. The best cure for a bad day to me is getting outside. I like just being outside.
I like
that and waffles.
Waffles are good. Several years ago, my wife and I got a bed swing on our screen den. And I'm telling you what, man, on a summer night, and this is good for any day, but especially if you've had a bad day, it's so relaxing. On a summer night, I'll go out there and I'll just crank up some tunes.
Have you ever tried to sleep out there like for an evening?
Well, no, because you get sticky, especially in the summer
And
in
you get
Alabama.
bugs.
And you get
Yeah, but-
it's a screen den, so the bugs are fine.
What about fall, though?
Fall's beautiful.
You can sleep out there, can't you?
Yeah, I can take a nap out there anytime. But Rockstar's talk about like sleeping the night. You're going to get a little sticky out there. But man, turn on some tunes and just sit out there with, your beverage of choice and hear the cicadas in the summer. I love that. Love it.
Third down.
If you owned an inconvenience store, what would you sell?
Extra short iPhone chargers.
So just iPhone chargers.
Yeah, no, they're extra short.
That's ridiculous how they sell.
So ridiculously short.
I would do left shoes. Only left shoes.
I would sell toys with no batteries, cash only gas, and beer before 12 on a Sunday in the 1990s in Alabama.
Yeah, I think hot beer and back in the day, incomplete maps.
Wait a minute.
Would that have been frustrating?
Choose your own destination.
This son of a bitch ended.
We're at the end of I-65 early in Tennessee.
That's where the adventure begins.
Choose your own ending. Great books, man, back when I was a kid.
Fourth down.
Dunaway, what are some unwritten rules of a nude beach?
You've been there, Jimmy.
Unwritten rules of a nude beach.
Well, first of all, for you, actually read the sign, right?
The very first thing is you don't offer to put suntan lotion on anyone. You're
just
only
do it.
asked.
Oh, okay.
You're only put it on if you're asked. You don't
Who's
just
like for a
offer.
chicken fight?
You look like you're burning.
You don't walk up and down the beach saying, "Hey, do you need some suntan lotion?"
I've never participated, but you've got to be groomed, right? Going back to your manscaping legs.
Yes. You got to be well groomed.
Well, I think the people that do that, because most of the people you see out there aren't in shape. I just think they don't care about their physical appearance. They're just like, here I am. So I don't think they care if
Yeah,
they're
but I don't want
hairy.
to see the Thunder Bee hip to hip.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely no pictures. Absolutely no pictures.
Yeah.
And no autographs, please. I don't care how big of a fan of TNR you are. No autographs.
No autographs.
Is that the Loch Ness Monster?
The uncomfortable.
You dork. Thank you.
We went to high school together. Give me a hug, bro. It has been a long time.
Like if you Googled that, are there unwritten rules for a nude beach, you think?
I'll check it out.
I think I've got a friend that he and his wife, they do not live here in town, but he and his wife participate in a nude beach. There is where he lives, I'm going to be super vague on this, but where my friend lives.
How does this come up in conversation, though?
He just told me one time. Where my friend lives.
Well, I mean, we have Sandwich Tuesday, Naked Wednesday. You don't do that?
No, where my friend lives, there is a lake, a very large lake, and on that lake, there is a nude beach that is well known, and everybody accepts that it's nude beach. There's plenty of signage. You don't stumble into it. And he and his wife go to that nude beach, and they do it a lot. Okay. And he said the first time he ever did it, it was, as you might imagine, super awkward. You never knew where to keep your eyes, right?
Yeah.
You felt weird staring at somebody the whole time you're talking, but you're like, the last thing I want to do is divert my eyes and see something else. And he said, it's weird. He said, but I'm so comfortable there now.
So we all go to the pool or the beach, and we all use sunblock now, right? I mean, that's just part of it.
Yeah.
So I use the spray on my body, but I use lotion on my face. What do you put on your
I
junk?
don't know. I've never asked him that. Do you want me to text him and ask him?
You put on lotion.
I'm
LT.
interested.
Put on lotion.
You think?
But you don't rub it in too much.
There's some good nudist beach etiquette.
All right, go.
Rule number 1's great. Ensure the beach you're at is definitely a nudist beach.
Not a way filled that one.
Yeah,
This is a lake, guys.
I am a big fan of European, by the way, for the record, for scoring at home.
Well, that's kind of one-sided. It's just topless.
That's just topless women.
That's right.
Number 2, everyone in your group should be nude. Brown, take your shirt off. We're in this together.
Everyone in the group, yeah. You can't have somebody that keeps the trunks on.
Keep your eyes to yourself.
Yeah.
Trim down. There you go, Nat.
There you go,
Lance.
Jimmy D.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget about insects. That's true.
Oh, you don't want to bite in the wrong spot.
Some people would appreciate it.
Yeah.
Take something to do. Okay. This is a good one. Guys, never go with someone you're attracted to.
Well, my buddy goes with his wife all the time.
Yeah, but, he's probably past that.
Yeah. That's an arousal comment, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine, like, somebody sitting out there. Like, I love to pack sandwiches on the beach,
Right.
And I can, like, almost, it doesn't matter what time I get down there, I'm ready to bust my sandwich up. I'm ready to bust out my first beer of my sandwich.
Yep.
And I just can't imagine watching somebody eat sandwiches naked. So
yeah,
weird.
he said, we'll get on the boat and we'll ride around and, you're just naked on he said it was super weird to begin with, but you just eventually.
Did they ski too?
No, I don't think they water ski. I think they just go out on
Boogie
the
board.
pontoon.
Yeah. They barefoot ski. Yeah. They don't like wearing anything else.
That's right.
It's like a flag in the wind.
And there's one guy that doesn't even use a rope.
Wow.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
That does bring a new meaning to slalom, doesn't it?
It does. And wake. All right. So that is Rockstar's 4 Downs today. I wish Nick Saban would have caught the 4th one right there. 4 Downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Hey, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Locally owned and operated. They can do it bumper to bumper for 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
We have made headlines if Saban had said, well, in my experience. Yeah.
My first mistake was.
They don't like you to watch game tape on the beach. When we come back, Brownie is going to tell us about NASCAR and give away another qualifying pass to one of our great viewers. That is coming up on the other side on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then, we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Okay, Birmingham, the USFL is here. Are you ready to become the pro football capital of America? Because on Saturday, April 16th, the only place to be is at Protective Stadium for this once-in-a-lifetime game. When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Jersey Generals. Tickets are just $10 and kids get in free. Come watch history in the making. What a game! Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester here to tell you that Wyatt Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I've lost 22 pounds in just 8 weeks. I weigh less than I did back in college. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Wyatt Wellness at aplanforme.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
All right, before we talk college football index with ESPN, and I don't know how everyone else on the show feels about the FPI, but I'm not a fan. We'll talk about it in a second. But first, our friends at Craneworks getting you ready to guess that piece of equipment with Wimp.
Wimp's been doing a great job of that, and you see all that on our social media and Craneworks. But listen, if you've got that DIY project, you don't necessarily have all the equipment sitting around. If you're watching us on video, like the one Wimp and I are standing next to there, you don't have that in your garage. You get it at RentalWorks. It's a division of Craneworks. You can see more at craneworks.com. Cement mixers, sod cutters, pressure washers, skid steers, loaders, things like that. Right there under the big dog, right next door to Craneworks, it's RentalWorks, a division of Craneworks. See more at craneworks.com.
Okay, right now at nextround.store, a limited number of the hats that Rockstar has on.
And you.
And me. Limited number.
I've got one on my desk.
There may or may not be our new era Flex Hat hats on the store right now. Very limited supply.
Does this count against the 1,000?
Of the first shipment. Very limited supply.
Well, when we get a full supply, does this number count against the 1,000 for you to wear a singlet?
Okay. How many is the limited supply right now?
Better than 1,000.
It's that many? Okay.
Oh, we got new shirts too.
Oh,
Are you kidding me?
Let me grab this. Hold on.
Lance,
Are
go
you
get that shirt.
kidding
We got
me?
new shirts too.
This is BS. Do we ever insult anyone else on the show?
How's that an insult? Only you.
How is that an insult?
No. Look at our new shirts. You can get the Faye Dunaway shirt, not Faye Dunaway, the actress. Faye Dunaway at the Next Round store. Hold on. Yeah, hang on. You're on your shot.
Looks to be a double X.
Is that a double X?
Yeah.
This, my friends, is a double X.
The old Fade Dunaway.
You can have the first one.
Fade Dunaway.
Wear that on the golf course today at Ballantrae. They'll love you.
So what does fade mean for those that don't know, LT?
It means play against you.
Ooh, it's a distress logo, too.
It's a comfortable shirt.
Much like you, it's distressed.
Give me a screenshot here so I can change my profile.
You're on it. You're on it.
Somebody's going to take a picture right now.
Hey, come around. Don't worry about the cameras. Come around.
All right.
We did.
You're going to make this your profile on the social?
Remember, he was upset about having that shirt. Now he's going to put his profile picture.
Oh, does anybody have another shirt that makes fun of him? Then it's going to be his profile picture. Okay. All right. Thanks, Dunaway, for being a good sport, man.
Thank you. We don't do this on our nude beach, though. Here you go.
Fade Dunaway. All right. So all that's available in limited numbers at nextroundlive.com.
Is Fade Dunaway up there as well?
It looks like it. They got him out there in the hall.
All right. Yeah, apparently
We had a delivery today.
Apparently the UPS guy is working his ass off today.
We once again ordered too many Fade Dunaway shirts, so come on over.
I mean, every time somebody walks down the hallway, they got a new shipment of gear.
I know.
Supply chain connected. When we come back,
We're not going to do the FBI.
We are. When we come back, Brown's going to tell us about who's winning our NASCAR giveaway today, a qualifying pass. But right now, our FPI conversation is brought to you by our friends at Odie's as we get you ready for another great weekend of enjoying great food and outdoor drinking.
So here's the question. What came first, the Cadbury egg or Sprite?
I think I'd go Sprite. I mean, Cadbury egg. I don't know. I guess I'd go Sprite.
I'm going to go Cadbury egg, LT. I think Sprite was something that wasn't invented until like the 50s. So I'm gonna go Cadbury egg, and I'm gonna say by more than a decade.
Cadbury egg, 1963. Sprite, 1961.
Yeah, I got it right.
These are little facts you learn if you come and join us on Wednesday night at Odie's Team Trivia. Of course, if you're just looking for a great place to hang out and watch a little Major League Baseball, some golf, hang out inside or outside on that patio, go see Will Haver and the great staff. It's a Birmingham institution. Enjoy some of the great food from the Diablo sandwich to the award-winning wings right there in Crestline Village. Get in today to Odie's Tavern.
All right, here's why I don't like the FPI. Alabama's 1, Ohio State 2, Georgia 3. Nobody argues that.
It's easy.
Clemson 4, Notre Dame 5.
Yep.
I mean, you can, no problem. Texas 6.
That's where I start to wonder what they see in Texas. Yeah.
Michigan 7, Oklahoma 8. Pittsburgh 9, Auburn 10, LSU 11.
I mean,
10 and 11.
Don't brush past Auburn being 10. That's
and
crazy.
Pittsburgh 9.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh, but I mean, at least they won the ACC last year. They got a ring. Auburn 10, lost the Birmingham Bowl. LSU, almost a total rebuild. And then there's Penn State, who we're struggling at 12 to get them into the top 25. Texas, Auburn, LSU, way out of whack.
So they've got a new column I had not seen them do before. It may not be new. It's new to me. The 6-win percentage. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that one.
Okay,
no.
so that's a new column for them. What would you say? What percentage would you guys give Auburn of at least getting 6 wins? Give me the percentage.
I would say that percentage is 50%. 60%.
All right, so they're like,
I would say 80.
All right, there are 4 teams that are 100%. Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, Clemson. They're like 100% these teams are getting 6. I don't think they went deep enough. Auburn is at 91%.
91% to get 6?
6 wins, yeah.
Okay, so here's what doesn't make sense about
it feels a little high, doesn't it?
I don't know how they measure these analytics, but at Auburn number 10, their chance to play in the national title game. If you're a top 10 team going into the season, your expectation should be to get to a college football playoff, right?
Yeah.
They've got them a 1% chance to play in the national title game. I don't know how you're a top 10 team if they've got that. Chance to win the conference, 1%. So you're a top 10 team in the SEC, but your chance to win the SEC is 1%.
Yeah, that's I don't. And this happened to, who was it last year? Mississippi State?
I can't. Yeah, they were very high last year.
Yeah.
I do remember that.
It
now.
made no sense.
I think they were 10th again, weren't they, or something like that?
I'm okay with feeding stuff into computers, but when it's this analytical and you don't use any common sense at all, then that's what bothers me. It makes it to where I don't even go to this anymore and take a look at it. I used to get excited when the FPI would come out and it would change. I mean, you go on down. I mean, Mississippi State's ahead of Florida. Okay, I can see that. But Mississippi State, Florida, and NC State barely ahead of Tennessee. Tennessee's ahead of Arkansas.
Yeah, Tennessee was way down on this thing, though.
Yeah.
I mean, they had them projected at 7 wins, which is where Tennessee may be.
Okay, you guys talking about UCLA earlier. UCLA's ahead of USC. UCLA's ahead of Iowa. Come on. UCLA's ahead of Minnesota. Come on. Really? UCLA's ahead of Purdue. Come on.
I think UCLA's will be pretty good this year.
Would it make the UCLA-USC game must-see?
More of a C.
More of a C. All right.
Maybe C.
When we come back, Brownie will tell us about NASCAR in Talladega and send one more person into the qualifying round of that, and we'll give away a weekend pass of tickets tomorrow here on the show. And we'll update you on everything else before we get out of here. It's next on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
right, Brownie, our friends at NASCAR are getting you ready for the Talladega Super Speedway in the NASCAR world coming up in a couple of weeks, right back here after we race on the dirt at Bristol.
That is right, Jimmy D. You can go see more at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, 877-GO-TO-DEGA to purchase tickets for the Talladega Super Speedway's Geico 500, your first chance to see that next-gen car on the high banks of Talladega. It is a 2 o'clock Central green flag at the Talladega Super Speedway, 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Congrats to Steve Horton. Steve Horton, we'll be in touch with him on Twitter today as our latest qualifier to potentially win.
That's right.
2 tickets to the weekend there at Talladega.
We'll introduce our multicolored gambling wheel that drives a rock star insane during commercial breaks.
4 spins today.
Yeah. We will. You can see just the leg of it by his guitar there on the picture of there. That's the legs of it. We'll bring it in here, and we'll have the 4 qualifiers' names written on that, and we'll spin the wheel tomorrow and give somebody weekend tickets, a pair of them, to go to Talladega. More tickets and a bigger grand prize for those that don't win. Next week, if you don't win tomorrow, you get into the drawing for the grand prize next week.
Mm-hmm.
So all that's still to come. Final thoughts before we get out of here. And again, nextround.store for the new hats that are in and the Fade Dunaway T-shirts. Hey, how many T-shirts of Fade Dunaway do we have? Do we know that we have in stock?
I'm hearing unlimited supply.
Oh, wow.
Well, you can't sell all of those. They're unlimited.
Well, were you about to make a deal on that?
I was. How many?
Limited supply, Jim. Limited.
How many do we have in the building right now? Do we know?
I don't,
no idea.
I have no idea.
It looks like 20 to 50.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, if we knew how many we had right now in the building of Fade Dunaway, if we sold those by start of the show tomorrow.
You're itching to wear a singlet.
I would go singlet.
I just checked. We have 1.
We'll do a singlet bet later on then. We do appreciate everybody trying to get us to a certain number when we ask for that. All right, that's our show today. We appreciate Nick Saban being with us, Matt Wyatt being with us. Fun Friday show coming up tomorrow. Final thoughts on anything that we've seen so far in these NBA play-in games. It's a dark night tonight. No games tonight, but we'll play for the 8th seed tomorrow. It seems like a lot of hoopla just to get into the 8th seed.
It's still a young team, and it was their first postseason win since 2018, so it's been a while. I think it's going to be fascinating. The Nets now healthy, though, as your 7th seed, taking on the 2nd seed Boston Celtics that were so hot just about a month ago. That's going to be a fantastic series. So NBA playoffs are wide open this year. I mean, a lot of people, if I had to guess, I would say the Suns are going to win this thing, but it's wide open.
You think Nets can beat the Celtics?
I think they can, yeah. I mean, right now
you don't
the
think
Celtics
they will. You think they can?
I don't know. The Celtics are a minus 130 favorite. I mean, Durant was never healthy when they played this year, and Durant's he's Durant.
Final thought today comes from SoFi Stadium, where today they have several teams of people out there, and they're doing a site evaluation. Some of the who's of college football, behind-the-scenes people that handle traveling for some big teams. Bill Hancock's there. The college football folks are there. They got a ceremony going on with the mayors of Inglewood and Los Angeles and the SoFi people as they sort of officially launch today the countdown to the college football national championship.
It's going to
game.
seem weird playing it. Like if you played in L.A., you played at the Rose Bowl. It's going to seem weird playing the national championship game at SoFi.
I would agree.
But, man, if Alabama's there or Auburn or UAB, it's open to everybody. But if Alabama's there and we're there to see that beautiful stadium, that billion-dollar stadium with Alabama playing there.
Yeah.
Jimmy Balance.
Yeah.
UAB, Auburn.
Troy.
The Jack State catches fire.
The glass in this brand new billion-dollar stadium is once again crimson. All right, that's our show. We're live tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central. Replay starts now. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America. And happy birthday, Marty Smith.
The party.